was boring, reassuring. The day I met you, there's nothing I want more than to be right there by your side. In the moonlight, crystal skylines, cross my heart, I'll be there till the end. Right there with you, even though you'll never notice me, 'cause I'm just a space girl, crossing worlds and the galaxies, just to see you. I'll risk my life knowing that maybe I won't reach your heart, but I can't resist. When I come around, little do I know about you now. I'm pretty sure that you're the one. Go around the night and have some fun. Something about the way you make me feel. Everything about you can be real. I'll do anything to have you here, but I'm pretty sure we'll never be. The fact is clear, we're worlds apart. I don't want this, please. Ugh, damn it. Just a space girl, crossing worlds and the galaxies, just to see you. I'll risk my life knowing that maybe I won't reach your heart, but I can't resist. This is goodbye. One more time. Ready? You know when they come around, I'm pretty sure that you're the one. Something about the way you make me feel.
Welcome back, Overwatch fans, to another amazing night.
We have a fantastic match tonight, no question about it.
Oh my god, yes!
But the barrage! Make sure they can't even follow up afterwards.
And Wash has found 2 in this fight thus far. Make that 3, make that 4 right now here. Dynamic team gets a 4-man tire.
Those who find the picks will save the fight, and they don't really need to save what they've already won.
100 gets 3 with the primal rage.
Experience Tranquility.
And welcome everyone back to the Tranquility X Valorant tournament. We're your casters today. I'm Isa Leon here with Capital, and we're going to be covering the play-ins leading into semifinals right after.
Alright. Well, so right now we are in between Mob Mentality and Valorat tonight. 2 teams that honestly have played each other, had a really good game the first time. Mob Mentality looking to take a pretty much upset win, in my eyes at least. Valorat as the 3rd seed, Mob Mentality as the 6th seed coming into this play-in. Let's see if Mob Mentality can replicate that underdog style. These teams know each other very well. They're Overwatch friends, and let's see how they...
Yeah, I mean, exactly. But I wouldn't be surprised if Mob Mentality are able to do it again. It is just a best of 1, so they aren't able to pull as deep this time. But just last week, they were able to come out on top 2-1 in their game, where I thought they would be the underdogs coming into that one too. So I'm not here to underestimate Mob Mentality in this matchup, even if they are 6th seed, which is the last seed that made it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I remember the biggest thing about their game was, so Mob Mentality had won the first map, and the Valorant servers had gone down that night, and then had to resume it a few weeks, I think it was last week, saying. So again, their first match was kind of scuffed, kind of like a weird, Riot, Valorant internet thing happening. But again, this should be a really cool, second round, honestly. Mob Mentality has a lot of really good standout players. Valorat, again, also with Soul Sanity Chief, who a lot of people know as the break week, that event week god per se. And then I know Red Knight does a lot of the calming on Mob Mentality on that Sentinel and that Viper role. So I really want to see what map they're going to go to. I hope we see Fracture. I think it'd be really exciting if we got to there. But I mean, we'll see.
I mean, and technically, Pearl is in the map pool. So we could go to Pearl if the teams are looking to spice things up. Maybe Mob Mentality are thinking that they'll be able to bring something new into this.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, I think the biggest thing that I wanted to look at was like, at least if they go to Pearl, is what they do differently. Because I know a lot of the other maps have like a very set meta per se. Lots of teams will be looking into, for example, like going back to that Fracture example, we'll be looking to that Raze, looking to Chamber, looking towards like either that double controller, but Chamber's pretty like set in stone. And then when you go to Pearl, you still have that long sight line for Chamber to play on defense, on attack. Viper can be really, really good on the attack on both sides. You can have Brimstone, but the map's kind of long. It plays very similar to how CSGO played. KO pop flashes can be really, really good. So I think the biggest thing that I want to look forward is like how can each team set up their duelists to take that space. I know both these teams have great aim. I know both teams have experience with FPS. It's just more not only is it how consistent the duelist players are on each team, but how consistently can they take space on the maps. And that's going to be it's going to vary on maps like Fracture where you can be super, super aggressive on that defense. But, I mean, let's get into, I think we're going to bind, yeah.
Yeah, going right into the agent picks on Vine. So we're not going to get to see the cool, fun, spicy map picks that we were hoping for, but we are going to get to see the agent select coming in from both sides. And I think the last time they played, I sort of thought that Mob Mentality's compositions were a bit more defender-sided. They weren't really looking to aggressively take space. They were more so playing off contact, if I remember correctly. So I'm interested to see how it's going to line up this time.
Yeah, I mean, what I was looking at here at least was they played this map they played this map in map 1 before the servers crashed a few weeks ago, and Mob Mentality did win this one. The comps are pretty similar. I mean, the big difference is obviously would be the Fade versus the Breach, and then also the Viper versus the Killjoy. I do like this double controller setup that Valorat is running with Frosted Void and Michael. I think it really works towards bind, and I think it'll help them create a lot of those individual duels to set up their duelists. But again, the biggest thing I want to look forward to is this Raze 1v1 between Artemis
and Artemis was able to turn up big. I remember the last time I casted Valorat, Artemis was kind of the key player, being in the right place at the right time. So like you said, that 1v1 is going to have such big impact on how these rounds are going left or right, and if they're able to take the lead on the scoreboard and put Valorat in, a potentially winnable position that they can bounce off of these controllers and sentinels that are anchoring sight for them. And with that double initiator comp, with the breach in the sky, they're going to have a lot to sort of slow them down or to take space on site. Like, they can just keep throwing blinds, regardless of whether they're on attack or defense. Defense to start slowing down Mob Mentality pushing into site.
Yeah, I mean, other big things that I want to see the big difference was they both have this Raze and Sky, kind of like this duo. The big parts of the map we want to be looking to control over and bind, be looking towards Showers, taking control of the Showers orb on attack and on defense. I think Fade with this Raze will be really, really good at taking that. And then Breach again can really help re-clear areas a lot easier with the stun. And then another really, really big thing is neither of these teams have opted into the Chamber, who has been so meta-defining at the higher levels. So I want to see how they look to take B long, because Hookah's going to be controlled through that defensive site with Raze or with that Brimstone, and then Short again with that Raze. There's going to be a lot of contention over that, but the edges, these extremities of the map, how can they control the TPs? How can they control the rotations? And this should be more of an attacking sided map. So I want to see how this Viper, Fade, and Raze look to take control of the Showers, because that'll be a really, really big control area for them. On their team, whereas on the enemy team, you have Killjoy, can kind of lock down this B site, so they might be playing more defensive on B, leading to more an aggressive stack on A. I think both these teams are going to be a lot more defensive on this A site. I think that those comps lead.
And like you said about the Chamber not being on this map, I think that might be just a sign of things to come. With Chambers being nerfed, and I know we're having some technical issue here on the black screen, but we'll go ahead and talk you through it. With Chamber getting those nerfs recently, I think that we're going to see more of these compositions like this, where teams are like, wait, okay, maybe we don't need him. Like, yeah, he's a good agent, but he's not necessary.
Yeah, well, the Chamber nerfs, when they go through at least, is going to be really, really good. The Chamber is still in a really, really great spot with that one trip, but the bullets, the radius, and the TP hasn't gone into effect yet, and I do want to see how that changes. Bigger meta overall. Based on what I'm seeing right now, at least they're leaning a lot towards this B site with this Killjoy setup, really relying on the stack with the utility. And again, they're kind of they're like, I don't know, on B site they should be leaning less towards it because they have that Sentinel to lock it down, but maybe they're gambling that the bomb is going to end up towards B, maybe towards a fast thing. Maybe they're looking at what they've done before. But let's see how I mean, again, looking at Raze here to initiate here, and even break Killjoy utility, but this Killjoy should go rather large if they go to B.
Killjoy utility is just so good on B site. If you can get that turret up on that box, which is where she's probably going to place it, especially with classics, it can just take forever to break. So just the very top part of it peeks over that box, watching the exit out of hookah. It looks like we do have one AFK happening. Dink's taking a little bit longer to load into the match. Maybe was the reason we were paused on the previous screen. But hopefully they'll be in soon, and then we can actually see if they're going to follow through on this B site, which, if things go as they are now, is a full stack.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna take a prediction that they're going to go to the other site once this timer restarts back up. They're having some fun. They're talking with each other. Reach that Ruined King's Blade. But again, I want to see the first thing. Information flashes in the sky is what we're looking for. Fade on the attacking side. How we look to initiate with Raze. If you can set up like a suck nade. And then again, what does this Viper add lurking wise on this attack side? I mean, if they end up going towards A, I know Viper can lurk through short. But again, through all this, what is the big difference in their comp between the Fade and the Viper versus this Breach and Killjoy? And at least in Bind, how do we get? I mean, I do prefer the Fade and Viper though. I'm gonna be honest, but I think the Breach.
I think Fade can just be more exciting, especially on Bind. Like these maps with these lower ceiling buildings, you can very easily toss those haunts up and get so much site information. And so Fade, them having Fade to start on attack, it's going to be so valuable as opposed to if they were on defense per se.
Alright, so you have this Raze and this Breach holding on A. They're might be holding to go aggressive off of Breach stun, while you have the other three more defensively sided things on B. So they're either going to go aggressive on A and then play retake, or they're gambling and they're going B and looking to play behind them. So let's see how Dink's going to throw this, yeah.
We got Exchange Trailblazers on lock. It looks like they are going for this B pressure at least, if not a hit. But that turret is going to hold them down for a while longer because Killjoy's going to be anchoring on site. So that's going to take some time to get through with these classics. But they're able to slow it down a little bit, get a little bit more control, get the orb, and now they're looking to take these fights. But in the meantime, Mob Mentality has rotated all the way over. There's 4 people on the site, and at the same time, like you said, that Viper Lurk is able to go all the way through A. She has gotten all the information, and is hopefully for them going to catch this rotation way in their spawn before they even have a chance to really do anything about this rotation that's happening.
Yeah, it was such an early rotation from Mob Mentality. Even with the stack, they showed presence and then they rotated back. This Viper heard everybody rotating, took an aggressive angle, and then backed up, not playing greedy at all. And now they have this post play set up, and they have to re-engage with this Killjoy, Skye, and Raze. They have nothing that can set up the pick for them either, and let's see if they play off the flash.
I think that flash was their main util, and it does look like it got them out onto A site. But there's still these duels to win. Artemis gets one, but Michael's able to trade it out in showers. Now there's the fight for Heaven Control from Void in showers.
Yeah, yet again, this Viper has so much control over this short, and again, that 3 kills there, taking that early lurk, and then dropping the wall when they have presence playing off the contact of Void on the Breach, on the Brimstone rather. You can see what Valorat has done differently now on this time around to set themselves up in a position to win. That was a really, really good pistol round. Let's see how they follow up on this bonus, on this eco for winning pistol second.
Yeah, and I'm already getting more excited to see these Viper plays and those lurks up short. You're talking about that wall can be so powerful for cutting off those sight lines and cutting off the information, but they're not pushing anywhere too fast, even though they do have the gun advantage. So looking not to give too much information out here from the dog, but gonna go for some of their own, pushing up long, just poking and prodding. They're being very careful considering they have such a strong gun advantage going into this round. Very few teams will actually buy up when they lose that first one. But
yeah. So the biggest thing that I saw at least was like, okay, they played to rotate last time, and now Breach and Raze are staying on A, so they have this 5v3 take. They have this gun advantage, so they want to be playing at long range, and Dink finds that opening pick. It's a 5v2 on this side. There's 2 people still left on A. Raze going through that flank through showers, and it's going to be really, really hard to retake back into these better guns, unless Valorat do overstep through that smoke, and then Dink still gets that kill, but gets a good buy.
Kalista is able to trade it, so they are going to get that gun upgrade if they're able to get out there. And they just might barely be able to do it. Silent Sword goes for the flash, but might get timinged by Michael, and he does. Artemis is going for the flank around to try and give them advantage, but with a shorty, there's so little you can do at that range. They might catch Sky here, though, coming out. Just the shorty does get the kill, but it gets traded out in the end by the better guns, and Valorant get a second round on board.
The biggest thing I saw there was Artemis getting 2 kills in this round, getting closer to that showstopper. Now, Mob Mentality should be able to buy up their rifles. Again, Valorat now going to be on this eco, on this bonus round. And I want to see what they're going to be doing here. So they've now done 2 conditionings. They've conditioned, the first thing, they took advantage of an early rotation. And then they conditioned them to stay, and which led them on an easier site to take. Now, I want to see if they show presence again on B, what is the A site reaction? That's the biggest thing that I'm looking to at least see how they're looking to adapt. And then also, do they want to be changing up their defensive setup? Killjoy's still on B, and I think they're now realizing that Killjoy's been on B both times and looking to take shower control with this Sky.
Sky's pushing up pretty quietly, though. It looks like they're going to try and play contact with Artemis, but Artemis is, like I said, the fragger that I think we should watch in this upcoming matchup, so I wouldn't put it past them to be able to anchor that down completely, even though Valorat is looking like they're going to go for the rotation here. Like you said, Valorat just played so smart. They're completely abusing what they set them up for. They saw that there was that heavy rotate, and they played off of it last time, and this time they're completely cutting noise. They have this control in showers, though, so that it looks like they're going to be able to try and jump off of that, flash out of there, and just go for quick sight control.
Yeah, again, so the breach in this Sky are holding an angle. There's still no noise. They don't know anything about what's happening. And Killjoy has such a deep hold in B site, but now this fade on A. They now know Artemis is there. They can pre-fire. They're Viper ulting. That's very, very early Viper ult, and Artemis is gonna get caught out, but it does get traded off for Dink, which is great for them. I mean, again, this is a really, really good eco round. They slow worked the map. They took the easier site, and now they have this post plant. I want to see how they can break it here. I want to see what they're with these guns, what they're gonna be able to do.
And they have the gun disadvantage, but because they were able to get that Viper pit up, it gives them some control going into the round for a bit. The Viper pit's down, and the trades are going back and forth. It's all up to Callista to close it out, but she's in a 1v2. Even with that Vandal, it's hard to lure them out when the spike's planted for showers like that. The Freeskin's going to go for the fade information, going to try and lure them out with the flash, and there's nothing for Callista to do but fall back when you're being flashed, scanned. You can't shoot the scan because you're flashed. Beautiful utility coordination there.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that we saw off this, now they have this eco round win. They should really set up their bank, set up their money. They can all buy up here. Mob Mentality does have to save yet again, and they've not come up to an ult yet. Michael, again, with that lurk on that first round, getting 3 kills, and the orb, I assume, now has set them up to then do that Viper orb. So now we're looking, okay, what are we going to do here? Dink is 1 orb away from getting this showstopper, and Void does have this orbital strike. So I'm hoping they get onto site early and have a post plant, and then play off this orbital strike. But again, there is 3 set up long. There is this Killjoy at B, and I want to see, now that they're going B again, what do these A defenders do? Are they going to rotate early? Are they going to stay? What's the plan?
And they've gotten this early hookah control, so they're at least able to kind of work off of that as they go for the execute, which it is looking a bit heavier of a commitment with the utility that we've already seen. Fade posts up pretty close, but isn't a dueling battle with G2 unable to land the shots. So he ends up getting shot by Freeskin, but is traded by Jumble. As for an eco, that's doing okay so far. They are down a player, but they have done some damage to try and hurt this economy moving forward. Looks like they're still going to follow through on this hit.
Yeah, and Artemis, their main entry, their main space taker, is still not there to retake the site. So honestly, in my opinion, at least what they should be doing is they should be looking to give up this site. They're realizing that they can't fight this right now, down people, and then play a 5v5 retake with their utility up, right? But right now, they're trying to contest these angles because they have the gun disadvantage. They're trying to get some cheeky kills, and Valorant are being very, very methodical, setting them up at a 4-0.
I want to point out Michael's lurk in that round. It wasn't a lurk through A, but rather a prediction on how their rotate would come. Michael, rather than going forward and helping them take site, just sat in the teleporter and just waited. And they're like, well, they're probably going to rotate at some point, and they haven't come through here yet, so they might think it's a good idea this time. And Michael's able to just shut that down immediately and get a free kill just for standing there.
Yeah, and another thing to note is they're putting down this Viper wall every time. They're making them be aware of the lurk. They're making somebody commit to that. Viper was thinking about it earlier on in the round, thinking maybe they could rotate. They had to have those people hold. They now are still holding. They haven't really rotated since. And now they're using this Viper wall to engage through short, but Breach and Ray should be able to cut it off here. But yeah, I mean, they should know Artemis is there now with that grab from Feskin.
It's there, and they're able to trade it out. Michael's just playing smart through the smoke. Kalisto's able to trade one out for their efforts, but Void did get a kill, so they are down in a man-down situation yet again. But Kalisto's in a great spot. He's caught with the Seekers out and is still able to get a pick with 16 HP. They've shut down the flank, and they have someone coming through showers, but Silent Sword does get picked off, and they're able to get onto site, even though Michael's hurting quite a bit.
Yeah, so now they've reversed the map. They know that they should be going A, and Callus is like, okay, why have they not planted yet? They could be anywhere. I'm at 16 HP, and they've already rotated all the way to B through the spawn. They flipped the map totally, and this is going to be a really, really hard retake for Callus, even though they have these flashes, which they have minimal counterplay too. There's no counter flash they can do. There's no defensive util. They don't know where they're going to be coming from. But I mean, Callus, like, this is an impossible retake. Dink is at full health, has the showstopper to play off of. It's going to be really, really hard here for Callus to put a 5-0 on the board and get this streak to stop and back.
If I'm Callus in this situation, I would honestly save the Vandal. Your health doesn't look good. You know you're up against two people in a full sight retake with the timer already clicking down. Is able to land a beautiful shot onto Dink and just have to get the last one, but the orb has gone up and they walk straight into the molly. Not able to make it happen, but the effort was there. I'm glad. Mob Mentality haven't given up yet, but they're going to need to start winning some rounds and winning them soon.
Yeah, and I mean, that kill was
Nasty.
crazy. That kill was nasty. Dink got bamboozled. But again, the biggest thing I'm looking at is Michael's smart play, setting the team up in a position to win. And look at this ult bank that Valorat have. They have this orbital strike. They have these seekers. They still have this showstopper. They have so many entry tools right now. And again, Callus used the seekers last round, but other than that, momentarily are dry on ultimates. There's 6 out of 7, 3 of them, and I really want to see how I want to see them take some space on defense. They're being so passive. They're giving so much space and letting Valorat control the tempo. And I really want to see if they can like take back this tempo, go aggressive with this breach and raise, and maybe look to catch them off guard with these guns. But this is a really, really cool spot.
Artemis is in a good spot, but unable to make it connect with the Classic. Like you said, they're playing pretty passive, but they're also playing the same spots every time. They're not giving different looks. We've had a 3-2 stack, 3 on B, 2 on A, almost every round. And so Valorat are able to just get a read on that, and then they're left doing another retake. They're in another 3v5, and they have some guns this round, but it's not the best buy-in.
Yeah, and Callus again going for this flank for I think the 3rd round in a row, or every round that they've hit A, Callus has gone for this flank, and now they're catching on. Feaskin just held the flank there. Now they have no Sky util to retake, and they have Breach and Killjoy util to retake, which is really, really hard. Those are the things that you want to be using to delay pushes, and that's why they should probably be on separate sites. But those are 2 picks now to start it off, and it's a 3v2 position off of this half buy, and now it's still with 2-2 really puts them in a great position. With Feskin with this late lurk.
They weren't able to clear out, you say Feskin?
Feskin.
They weren't able to clear them out, unfortunately, so even though they got that nice Breach ult to try and give them some space, not Breach, Brimstone ult, he's unable to make it connect because they're not able to keep that space. Valorat is able to deny on one side, even if they're being pushed back on the other. And so another round goes their way, and it starts looking really desperate.
Is it not Feskin? Or Feskin? What is it? Feskin?
I was having trouble reading it.
I think it's F-E skin, so it's like feet skin, but no T.
I think
it's fine.
Skin, sure.
Yeah, I go with Feskin. But I mean, the biggest thing that I saw, Feskin held the flank there, got that late lurk. Really putting in the work on Fade. Now should be coming up on this Fade ult. I do want to see Valorat commit some more ultimates. But again, their map control is great. They push, they show presence. They have so much space already given to them. They don't even need to take it. Now you see this raise and breach on A hold even farther back positions, and they're playing totally off this Killjoy. The Killjoy's being util's being denied, and now what? You know what I mean? Like they're running out of stuff to do because they have no space to do anything. They're so far pushed up without using any util.
And if you're mob mentality, what do you do here? You feel the pressure on B, but you feel as soon as you rotate towards B, they're going to be going A, whether it's through a teleport or they're already lurking back up A short. So I think they're in the right here to keep some people on A, even though the pressure's being applied, even though they've lost this map space, just in case, because you really don't know what Valorat's going to pull at you. They've given so many different looks on the attack side when you're not giving them much to have to change it up for.
Yeah, I mean, also, another big thing I do want to point out is this map is super, super attack-sided. You can TP, it's really easy to show this space, but now here comes the engage with Dink and gets that smoke flare, you can deny it, but there's really good trade by Artemis on that skin.
Artemis trading that out, being the player that's keeping them in it, stopping the momentum on this push. And so they're still just poking and prodding with only 27 seconds on the clock. They have to commit. They go ahead and satchel out and are able to get the trades. Kalista's forced back by the utility. Goes for the flash to slow him down, but the plant is still going to go down, and Dink gets the shot. And now in a 2v4 with the weak weapons.
Yeah, and they use the rolling loud there to engage, but Michael's really, again, the lurk that Michael is doing and also is like just creating great angles, right? Michael, what he did there, first of all, he traded the Raze, Raze broke this crosshair placement from Mob Mentality. They engaged with those blast packs. Michael then traded it off, then took an aggressive angle in the smoke. They could play aggressive, and then got those 2 kills off of that through an angle that they weren't expecting. So, I mean, again, these lurks are really crazy. They have this Viper orb back up, and the Viper Viper Fade is really showing these advantages as opposed to this Killjoy Breach where they haven't been able to take space, right? This Viper and Fade helps them take that space, and I think when it gets to defense, it'll help them take space there as well, especially with that Viper wall through showers usually. Whereas, and again, this Fade ult is going to do so much, you're going to realize there's only 2 people here yet again, but now this Killjoy is finally rotating the site.
They finally rotated, but the ults are coming out, so it's a bit hard to fight back up against when your audio's cut out, your health goes low. It's a good molly to push them back, and they are going to fall back a bit. Hopefully, though, Artemis is able to get some value out of this flank. They're in such a good spot. If you look over towards B site, not able to get the timing, though, after all that, and flashback right out into them. Just really terrible timing on the placement of that utility, and the rotations are coming through. It's all up to Sky to stop this heavy pressure coming into sight. The counter flash is good, it goes through, but Michael is able to ult to get them out safely and finish this site execute. They have people swarming all over site and just 2 people in the back of site to block it. 3, and Kallista's tagged up, can't get the shots out in time when you're concussed.
What a great trade by Silent Sword onto Michael, breaking down this. They have this Killjoy ult to retake, and this is looking really, really good. They have this timer set, they don't have the plant down now, and there's so many ultimates being used. Ty takes this, but Void and Ty now with these aggressive, and what a great clutch by Jubla. Jubla? Is that what it says? Yeah, Jubla.
Yeah, Jubla.
But, I mean, again, the Killjoy ult really puts them on a timer, other than the timer on the top of the screen, and then really gets those trades, duels, and while forcing the plant, takes that duel. Really, really good clutch by them.
So many ultimates had to come out in that round just to get that one round, but I think it's important to commit them. You're not getting value leaving them off one at a time, so you might as well get a round and get yourself back in the game and get yourself back on your feet a little bit. Their economy's not going to look great because they only had like 1 person surviving there, but now they have something. They have straws to grasp at to try and get back in, because as a reminder, it is only a best of 1 for this play-in game.
Yeah, and I mean, again, another big thing is now they're changing sites up again, but they have the Sky and Raze set up on B. I do wish they put the Raze and the Hookah and the Sky on long, and I do wish, again, I still want them to be taking space. They have taking no space. They're not even going past this halfway mark on either site. And the biggest thing, that Valorat's doing really, really well is working this map. The one thing that I would want Valorat now to show would then to make these pushes faster. They've shown to work the map, but they're giving the enemy team time to rotate, and especially on the last one, and that's why they lost that last one. So now going into this, I want them to try and speed up the tempo more, because they've done a lot of slow rounds in a row.
And they are speeding up on this already going for the plant and getting that forward site control. Going for the swing on low HP, though, not probably the smartest move coming out of them. Jubla is able to get 2 for Mob Mentality. The picks are going their way. It is now a 4v3 as they're going in, trying to get through these smokes. The swings are coming back and forth, and now it is in a 3v1. Looks like they might get another round on them, unless Ty is able to perform some miracles from the shower spot as the defuse is coming through.
Yeah, and they're just holding here. I mean, they they want to be playing for short pressure when they plant there in default, but they're playing through showers. It's a really hard angle. They have to peek to look at it rather than the enemy to peek into the sky. And again, it's still a 3v1, which is really tough. So I mean, now we come up into this. They're finally their bank being broken from Valorat's side. Again, Bind is super attack-sided map, and Mob Mentality is very much in this. I think the biggest thing is how do we use these Seekers? I want to see some aggressive defense, but maybe that's not in the cards. Maybe I look to play more retakey, and that has worked the last 2 times. So I want to see if they can keep that up, and what Valorat will do to counteract that, or like to adapt.
Artemis is going for that early peek on long, but the beautiful Viper Molly pushes them back and ensures that no one can hold in there. Goes for a blast pack out again, but this time is able to get out with their life. Fieskin goes for the fade. The C's with the nade combo. Is Kalista able to get out in time? Not in time. The combo is too good. And now they only have one person to clear to get full site control, and they've been pushed all the way back into elbow, so the plant does look like it's going to come down this time. The flash doesn't go through, though, and Artemis is able to get the pick, and it's looking to take a little bit more space on backside as their teammates rotate around.
Yeah, and again, they're pushing this tempo, which is really good. They got into the site before 3 people could rotate from A. But Artemis got a really good pick, so they can retake. They need to be swinging together, and that's not what they're doing. They're taking a lot of individual duels, and Artemis is playing to their strengths of being a very good individual player and taking that 1v1, being able to hold it. And again, the trades just didn't come out their way this time, but I think that did really look good from a team perspective on Mal Mentalities.
Yeah, that looked really good, except for when they come down to that 2v2, they swing out of that smoke 1 by 1, and one swings and gets killed by that Brimstone, but then Artemis swings right after and doesn't even look over at the Brimstone, maybe hoping that Brimstone's going for the reload. I'm not sure what the thought process is there, but like the team play, it's getting there, but it's not quite there, and it needs to be pushed a little bit farther if they want to keep being able to scrape by with these rounds, if they want to make it into a 3-9 curse, or even better, a 4-8, but they'd have to convert this really scrappy light buy to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to play to buy for next round. Again, this early showers control coming from Valorat, which is really good, getting Michael towards the Viper pit, I believe. I believe they're pretty close right now. And again, they're taking these extremity control, and they're taking the sides of the map, right? So Fieskin now has so much of the C long, they're showing this fade util, but Kilroy now switched back to B. They're showing a new setup here, which I like a lot. And Raze has taken a hookah control, which I love. Here's some aggression finally, where they have this map control, and when they go onto site through C long, they're going to have a crossfire from elbow and hookah.
Yeah, they do have the weapon disadvantage, but they're holding good spots, and they've read the map correctly so far with 3 people waiting on hookah. It's going to be a full site execute. Raze is blast packing all the way into the back of site, I believe with their ultimate, but hasn't made any kills land yet. It looks like they're respecting the space being given, and Artemis is able to get a free kill with the shotgun and the nade out to do a little bit more chip damage. And the defender kills right. It could have been big, but it gets destroyed just in time, and so Valorat still have a chance to take that back this round from the eco buy.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, a super good retake there, where Valorat is let onto site. They don't have any of the map control, then they're surrounded. But Tai is TP'd again. This is where the extremity control comes in. They have long, and they have that TP available. That's the difference between how these two comps are playing. Is they went to go B, it didn't really work out as well, and Michael looks to catch a timing, and it just does not work out because they've done it before. They're adapting.
I like the thought process there from Michael, but in this case, in this scenario, they can't afford to have these 1v1s and to lose a player. They need to be playing off of each other. Now it's left up to Tai with the Sheriff, is able to get 1 for their efforts, 2 for the efforts, just lurking in the smoke, being an absolute rat for the Valorats. Gonna get that flash, but the diffuse is already too far in, and they're not able to make it happen, even though they get another pick. Almost the final one, almost a 4th to close it out. A very, really Valorant effort from the Valorats.
And then picks up the gun as well. But again, what Mob Mentality there as a team is they let them onto site. They had map control after pushing aggressive, and then they just played retake. It was a really good plan. I liked it. I enjoyed the Valorant there. I watched great Valorant there, and I think Mob Mentality now is starting to get more comfortable. And on this attack side, again, this map is super attack-sided with the map control you can take on attack. I just want to see how on this attack they look to keep this map control. How they look to go aggressive at the beginning of the map and then look to TP, kind of similar to how Valorat was doing in the early rounds. And I want to see if Valorat does something different. Like, hey, let's look to go aggressive here. Let's look to take this map when they look to switch sides.
And absolutely, and I think we might be seeing from Valorat a little bit of cracks in their composure, because coming into this, like you said, they were heavily favored, being like the 3rd rank versus the 6th rank, and they probably brought that confidence into those first couple rounds. And now seeing that Mob Mentality is able to get a couple rounds, they're able to make it kind of close, and the fact that they win that eco there is really going to be a big hurt. And so this timeout is definitely sort of a mental reset and make sure, hey, let's draw it back. What's happening here? Why are they able to get these rounds, and what can we change? Like you said, what are these changes that they need to make to secure this victory?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing with going now back into this is how to make this a 3-9, right? Because if it's a 3-9, okay, they lose pistol. 5-9, they're still up 4. Okay, let's say they lose this, it's 4-8, and they go to 6-8. That's 2 rounds. Okay, they can go there. This is such a big round, especially because of the guns. I really want to see how they're looking to initiate. I want to see a good execute now, a good fast execute. And again, it's going to be stopped by this breach and this Killjoy, who now switched back sites. They've now predicted where they're going to be, at least it looks like, a lot of the time, and at least they still have this guy anchoring on B.
And even though they're going for this fast retake, or this fast site take, as you said, that would be so beneficial for them, that Mob Mentality already have 4 people on the site. With the ults coming through, they're ready to counter this, and a beautiful flash, but Dink is able to spam and just get 2 for free. It's up to Artemis to get a pick here to try and neutralize the scoreboard a little bit, but is unable to make the showstopper land. And now, for such a beautiful read, they're unable to stop the plant. It's a good effort, but the ult is coming out from Michael, and now they're going to have to retake through all the utility and through all the players that are still left on site because they've won their duels, and Dink gets another one in U-Haul down to a 1v4.
Yeah,
it's up to Callist.
Yeah, and Dink has been great. Really initiating, even though he hasn't shown up as much, or they haven't shown as much up in the kill board recently. They are entering onto site. They're breaking crosshair placement. They're letting themselves get traded. They're taking baits and doing a really good job of that. Whereas again, I know we're talking about how Artemis has been really good. Artemis is 13-10 on a losing side of 3-9, which is great. But actually, let me rephrase. Dink has been great in the kill board as well, but on the scoreboard as well. But Artemis hasn't been doing as much initiating, hasn't been doing as much space taking, and I really hope that changes for them on this attacking side. I want to see more space taking.
And it can be hard on that defensive side. You feel like you have to play so reactive. And so this is really going to be the chance that we can see, is Artemis able to convert these frags into team play? Is able to kind of trade a bit more because they were more often than not going to be together. And so coming into this more than likely a hit, I'm interested to see if they are going to be able to do that.
But you see again, the shower control from defense now. Void has shown up, and the Sky on Valorat's side that I'm blanking on. Then they take shower control, they take this orb, and then they back out, right? They're not playing very greedy Valorant, but they're playing smart Valorant. But now here comes they didn't take the orb, actually, my bad. But shower control.
They tried.
Shower control was not given to Mob Mentality, and they're now just giving up this map control. Like, why are we giving up so much of the map unless they're looking to group up to B, and they have this call that Silent Sword is giving? Oh, hey, we have some space. Oh, I hear Viper jump spotting, maybe. But I mean, it's going to be really hard to break into the site without having all these people grouped up, and they're leaning towards A, and they could have just kept that map.
Valorat showing a look there that I don't think Mob Mentality barely did on defense. That early showers pressure, I think Mob Mentality played totally passive on that the whole time. And so Valorat are getting kind of antsy here. They're like, okay, well, at about 30 seconds, you'd think that we'd be hitting a site. So they're starting to get some rotates through. The question is if they're rotating to the correct sides, because Mob Mentality haven't been able to get any space so far. But the first pick does go Shi2's way, and they're able to get out on a site, get these smokes down, and make something happen with just so little time left on the clock. Any amount of utility might be able to stop this plant, but it does end up going through. And now it's a 4v4 retake, so we're going to see who's able to come out big on the classic side. Shi2 peeking out while being scanned just doesn't follow through.
I mean, other than TIE Fighter kind of giving them an opening, it's been pretty good from Valorat here. They're playing this retake. They have the util. They didn't have to use any util to like stop them from coming onto a site because they just walked on the site after killing somebody. So they still have all this util to retake. And Callisian, with the clutches and with these kills, has been really good in these like 1v4 situations, but it's really too much to overcome.
Really too much to come, and they almost had it. They got those 2 nice picks there. They're hiding through the smoke, playing off of them really well. I just wish they had been able to do that while their team was still alive, and that they were able to trade off of each other a bit more once the gunfight really started getting into the thick of it.
Yeah, and Valorat is doing what Mob Mentality was doing well, right? So Mob Mentality was looking to play that retake, and Valorat was like, okay, that worked against us, so let's work it against them. But again, this aggressive map control still can be taken, and I want to see, I'm going to keep bringing this true. stuff like the extremities, showers, and long. If you take those, it's going to be really hard to rotate. It'll be a lot closer to execute. It'll make it easier. A lot of the good executes from Dink and from Michael that came from like Hookah. They walked all the way up to the edge of Hookah first without anybody seeing them, and then they executed, right? They didn't have to use any of that util. And now here it is, Mob Mentality looking to take Shower's control on this attack with this dog. But Michael can just grab this long control. If it sounds short, yeah, again, looking to contest these extremities. But do they have this gun advantage? They don't have this gun advantage. It's going to be really hard to like break this hold, and you can already see how much farther up Valorat is holding compared to Mob Mentality on the side, not letting them rotate, not letting them dictate this tempo, and they have to play scared. They have to check these corners. You see how scared Artemis is in their own spawn.
Absolutely, because they have no map control. This is looking like almost the pick did go Valorat's way to open it up, but it's so similar to last round. They've barely made it into Hookah with only 50 seconds left on the clock. They're going to need a fast execute here or an extremely fast rotate to make anything happen, and with a gun disadvantage, it's going to be hard to make sure that you're winning every single one of those gun battles. Mike was playing a bit of anti-flash, but the flash never comes through. They just go for the swing, but it's a little bit too aggressive. Kalista is able to punish that. They just need to get out on the site. They try and flash to make the room, but the smokes are able to come down, and it looks like they're able to get a bit more than honestly I thought that they might be able to do with the time remaining on the clock. The plant does come down, but Dink is able to spam it out, proving value with that Spectre once again.
Patient.
Artemis does great with that classic.
Yeah, I mean, it was so patient for Dink there. You wait for the smoke to fade, and then you kill them. I mean, they're in a really good spot, but Feeskin has this great hookah control now. Again, this map control is where's the enemy team set up, and they're not playing across. Well, they are playing across, but Callus again in this 1v1 has been so clutch, but they know where the position is, and they're caught out with their bird. Just super important.
Just took too long to have the decision making, and the faster decision making coming through Valorat is also what's winning them these rounds. If Mob Mentality, if she'd been able to throw out that smoke just 1 second sooner, or that flash, they could have easily won that round. That would have maybe 100% flashed fade there. She was right in front of it. It was the right idea, but just the decision making's not coming through. Valorat's playing a bit more intelligently, a bit more cautiously too, and it's just working out.
Yeah, and I think another big thing is how confident Valorat has been playing. It shows with the map control they're taking. And I do really like how Mob Mentality has then now on 2 attacks has kind of like looking to throw some fades in. They've cut noise. They're playing more toward their style of let's cut this time off. Let's play slow. Let's let the enemy team make mistakes. And it's been great so far. I mean, like now here comes this eco round from Valorat. I want to see if they can convert it like last time, but it's gonna come down to. And this, I mean, this is the great way to win this eco round is you use this Viper ult, who now they've had Viper ult aggressive on this 3rd round twice now. They're clearly looking to play for it.
And they're able to use that boom buddy to clear out a little bit. The nade was a great idea, but unable to get that to go down, and especially against an eco, you don't really want to push that Viper's ult. You don't want to risk it.
Wow, Feeskin just walked right by X12 and they didn't see each other. Feeskin has so much information here, like, oh, I don't hear anything still, and they're going to have such a great retake position, right? If they go A, there's nobody on A except for Dink, I believe. Is that Dink holding showers? No, that is Brimstone holding showers. Exo grabs Feeskin and decides to go back, which is really, really great break for Mob.
Yeah, Brim just holding that the whole time. Artemis is also able to get a punish on B long. They were a bit more patient this round, and I think that it is paying it off. Like they held, and I think that they might have saw just like the fraction of their elbow. So now it's all up to the Rays in Hookah to try and shut down this push. But Artemis has gotten so much site control. They got to watch both sides at once. They're able to get 1, able to get 2, and now with a nade, probably able to get more chip damage coming out on the site. Not able to stop the plant, but they've done enough, and they're able to get healed up before re-aggressing. Flash just pushing back temporarily, but now it's a full 3v3 retake, and there's deep site control happening.
Yeah, so I mean, the biggest thing right now is what is the Brimstone team gonna do? They have this off angle, and now they know where people they are. They cleared this angle, and they have this Hookah. They can see each other, and that's a great pick from Void. But they have now lost sight of Artemis. Artemis now coming around for the wraparound, and this is the big one right here. If you can clutch this puts your team in so much a better position, and they now know the position. Oh, and what a great trade by Ty. And I mean, Valorant again with the eco round wins. They're playing for this Viper ult, which puts them in such a great.
There was good concepts. There was good effort there from Mob Mentality, but Valorat are just looking like the stronger team at this point. And with potentially one more round left on the board, I would say that they've really been pushing for this victory, and they want to just get an easy win through here and go right on to the next best of 3. Maybe they're just getting warmed up for that at this point, because as the game goes on, they just look like they're continuing to play smart and continuing to win these rounds, these ecos even, just by playing good Valorant.
Yeah, and I mean, now we go into this round and look at, okay, let's look at these ultimates now that they're starting to get online. You have Jublo with this Killjoy ultimate, you're able to take a site. Artemis coming up on this Showstopper. But on the other side, Dink does have the Showstopper, and maybe one early pick really does set them up in a great place. But Fiskin now holding the shower control, they're going to be dogged out. Again, very, very careful. Take the shower control, and this puts them, again, with a great position for this map control, but they do have an op. They just overstep. And now Artemis does have the Showstopper along with this Killjoy ult. It's going to be really, really hard for Valorat, even with after winning that eco, to walk back in if Mob Mentality gets a site.
But you can't be mad at Fiskin for taking those fights there. The timing might have not worked out in their favor, but that aggression and that showers control, that deep map control, like Viper's getting right now in the bottom of map, has been what has given them so many advantages in this game. Dink with a perfect nade on that timing, able to get a free pick for it and trade out when they couldn't.
And he gets the Killjoy ult with the nade there, which is crazy. There's another nade, and still has the Showstopper. Oh, if they used the Showstopper when they had the... when they were playing. Here comes the Showstopper right now in this raise, and with nothing. They evacuated back into showers, but there still is this one on Hookah, and Dink is going... Dink got dinked. I mean, but Michael's been so good with Artemis with the trade on the Showstopper and control the op. Oh, they dropped the op. But, I mean, yeah, again, the Killjoy ult, the Showstopper that was given to them, it puts them in a great position after that force up, but it's going to be really hard to come back from a 12-3, now 12-3.
If that Showstopper had maybe just come out a second sooner, I could see you were thinking the same thing, like, please just throw it out, you can stop the plant, and it'll be a perfect play, but unfortunately not able to get the timing. Artemis is coming up pretty big on the fragging side of the scoreboard. I think, if I'm reading this right, second frag in the whole game, so they're able to start to make this space a little bit more, get that super valuable, their ult is able to land, they don't Rosa that final ult of the game, and are able to bring them into the next map, even though Michael is landing these shots.
Yeah, I mean, look at that extremity control immediately taken by Michael. Use this wall, use this flash, you get this orb. Now in showers, you have Fade and Brimstone in showers already, and no matter what site they're going to be gone to, they can play a retake from multiple angles, which is going to be super, super hard for Mob Mentality to deal with, especially with how they've been swinging. I mean, they've had some really, really good swings. They have a lot of good individual potential, especially with Artemis, but they need to be dual swinging, like this solo play right now. Like, there's no... What a great PP by Feast.
Fiskin gets a second for their efforts, but eventually is forced out by that Brim ult. Dink is able to trade it, though, so it's all hasn't gone, like, to trash. But they're able to push them back, and they're going to try and get this rotate. But for Valorant, they've left someone on the site. There's been a lurk there the whole time, and they are going for a little bit of a rotate. They look like they're thinking about rotating, but they might hear them coming. It just depends on the timing. It's going to be so close. But even if they rotate off... Yeah, well, I don't know how much the shorty could have done if they stayed on, but they are here to get those volume cues, see if they're running in, see if they're using utility. In a 4v2 with worse weaponry, but they have the numbers. They lost some map control, but they're re-clearing it.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing here is that Brimstone has the ultimate, right? And as soon as they go for a tap of the plant, Brimstone can ult, and with how little
they have no time
left, there's no time. So this, unless Brimstone for some reason does an ultimate, this should be a one map for Valorat. And let's see.
Right here.
It doesn't go for the ult, but goes for the shorty kill instead. Almost able to make it land. Gets them both pretty low though, and with that vulnerable, they're looking rough. It's going to be a pretty hard 1v or 2v3 if they're able to do it at all.
Yeah, and again, they really have to... Oh, Dink's in such a great spot here. The Viper Orb's going to drop, and that is the map. I mean, Valorat... I mean, I think they definitely should have Brimstone ulted. I'm going to put it out there. I'm mad they didn't Brimstone ult there. But the map control was better, they were more aggressive, they played more confidently, and it showed, and that's why they won 13-4. There really isn't much you can say that they did crazy wrong, and I really want to see... Now, can they ride this momentum in the second round? Is this one map a detriment with being a bit maybe not like not having as much endurance going to the second round, or is it more like we have a warm up, we're already in that mood? Are we going to start strong, but are they going to feel weak? I mean, that's the big thing we left to look back. Now look into going to the second.
But winning by that many rounds, I think that this is going to give them more confidence than anything else. A lot of the times players will queue several unrated games or play a lot of deathmatch before even hopping into a comp game, or hopping into a more official match. And so them able to do that is great. Here we're getting some replays of Calist and that beautiful flick at the beginning of the game and the unfortunate Molly.
Yeah, and I mean, again, not to take away from this game, but now looking into what's coming up next, we have Mortal Wombat, who, again, is another very similar to these two teams. They're all coming from Oregon. They know each other very well. That's going to be streamed next versus the person who Pega Pufferfish doesn't pick. And on the other side of this bracket, the play-in at least, Battalion ended up beating McGens. So I really want to see, I mean, even though this was the stream match, does Pega Pufferfish go, okay, well, that we saw what we've seen from Valorant. Do we pick them, or are we picking the team that just beat McDgens, who went really, really close with us in that stream series? I know McDgens and Pufferfish went to a 2-1. So it really, really depends on. I really want to see what the teams end up being picked. But I mean, Valorat, I would be scared to play them after.
Yeah, Valorat were the number 6 seed coming into this playoffs, but they played.
I think they were
this,
the 3 seed. I think.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting it all flipped up now. My bad. Valorat just looked really good in this game, so I honestly, like you said, I'd be kind of scared to pick them. I straight up wouldn't pick them. I would go for the other game, even though it would be a bit more gamble since you don't know who's playing. Their form just looked on point, and like we've been talking about this whole game, they're playing the game smarter, they're playing it more careful, they're getting that map control, playing off their utility like you saw right there, and the shots are landing. So
yeah, and
they don't go for a Battalion here.
Yeah, and a great individual player, at least from Mob Mentality side, to give credit where credit is due. Artemis did look really, really good on that Raze. The Dink versus Artemis, Raze 1v1 that we pointed at the beginning really was all that we wanted. They were both the top fraggers, they were both making base, but Callist was really, 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 Callist really stood out to me as well with these clutches, and Michael as well in the sniper. So I mean,
I'm happy to see Artemis show up, even if they don't end up taking the map. But it looks like in chat right now, they're going to be choosing Valorat for their match.
Yeah, I mean,
So we're going to see more of them.
Yeah, actually, I don't think we will be seeing more of them. So Yummy Mac is the GM of Pega Pufferfish, and we're actually seeing the other team. So we're going to see Mortal Wombat versus Battalion. So it'll be the 2 seed versus the 5 seed on stream.
Well, we're going into a quick break here, 10-15 minutes, but we'll be right back with the final best of 3 for tonight. And welcome back, everybody. We've gotten our best of 1 out of the way, so it is time for our best of 3. It's time for the semifinals. We're going to have Mortal Wombat up against Battalion. The map picks are coming through, but in the meantime, Capital, what can you tell me about these players? What can you tell me about these teams? You've played with them before, right?
Yeah, so not only have I played with a lot of these people in a different game, or in this game, I also played against both of these teams, and they're just both great teams. Battalion, I believe they have a Ringer-esque player, so they have their duelist player now substituted with a different player, GLD now for BDK. They have a lot of they have Initiator Greninja. Greninja is really good. Their smoke player is Gap. And then they still have Kairos, who's a really good mechanical player on that chamber. I know they play a lot of chamber with him in. And then I believe to round out their roster, I'm now blanking, but they should have one more person that I'm blanking. I'm upset that I'm blanking. But on the other side, Mortal Wombat, I mean, I'll pull it up in a second. Yeah, oh, the Moment is Kairos. Yes, Moment is Kairos.
All right, yeah.
Oh, Polar! Oh, and then
I wasn't sure you'd mentioned already, so I didn't want to turn it too soon.
How did I forget Polar?
Someone clip that in chat and send them to him so that they can
Italian Mamba himself, the pizza god, the bread roll menace.
All right, what can you tell me about Mortal Wombat?
Yeah, and then Mortal Wombat, also very similar to the last two teams, Valorat and Mob Mentality. It comes from the same org, it's Marsupial Gaming, if you didn't catch on to that yet. But Navino, the owner of that, they have a lot of also really strong players. This probably is their strongest team. They have, I don't know exactly who would be playing today because they have a lot of people on the roster, but Polar and Gabe and Frozen are really good. I know Frozen, Polar, Apollon have really good mechanics. Gabe, I believe, is their target caller. And they have Navino also on that Odin a lot of the time with KO. So, I mean, again, so going to these maps, Pearl is going to be their ban. Italian ban's Bind, because I think that plays a lot towards Mortal Wombat's strengths. And then this Ascended Icebox. I really like this Icebox pick from Battalion. I think it plays really well to their strengths. I think Moment or Kairos, as I know him, will really pop off on that map. And then Ascent, I really want to see what, because that is one of the weaker chamber maps. I wonder if that was on purpose. I don't know, probably not. But now going into the second round of bans. I mean, what do you think of these maps so far?
I think, like I've kind of mentioned this before, these are kind of neutral maps that we're seeing come through, kind of generally accepted. Of course, we're not going to get the Pearl pick. It was too good to be true. We're not going to get the Fracture either. These maps are fun, but they're not fun when you have any sort of stakes on the line because they can be so unpredictable, especially with Pearl, with random compositions popping up left and right. Fracture Bind, yep, that is going to come through. They're going to ban that Breeze and get Haven for map number 3. I think that this is a very clean map pool. I'm not sure which team it favors because I don't know if one of them, do you think one of these teams is more attack or defense sided?
Okay, so at least from what I'm knowing, so Ascent I think will be a bit more Mortal Wombat sided. I think it'll be close. I think Battalion isn't bad on that map. I do think it'll play a lot towards Mortal Wombat strengths. I know they want to play more of this phase. And I know Battalion did play more towards this phase, but I don't know what GLD plays, so we'll see how that goes. I think Icebox is really towards Battalion. They have these really good mechanical players, and I think they probably are the best mechanical team, in my opinion, in this. And I know their Icebox is pretty good as well. And then Haven, my team had like scrimmed the Battalion on Haven like twice. It's like the map that we played against them all the time. They've gotten a lot better on it. They have, I think they'll be making some really good calls. I think Greninja pretty experienced on Haven, and Mortal Wombat is somehow always going to be starting on attack. So I mean, Haven, if we get towards that, Mortal Wombat probably has that advantage because Haven's super attack sided. I know Ascent is pretty balanced, the same with Icebox, but I mean, we can see. I mean, I can't say which team will win. I'd expect Mortal Wombat to win because they are the higher seed, but you know, Battalion just came off of a map win, and they also again have these mechanical players that can put them in good positions off winning eco rounds. And I really expect Moment to have a really good game.
Yeah, and Mortal Wombat might be favored here and might have the higher ranking player per se, but like we were talking about before we were brought back live, it's not necessarily about how high ranking your players are or how crispy your aim is. It can certainly be helpful, but if you can have that good team play and have the right players show up at the right time, like you said, Battalion are coming in this with some momentum off of that previous map win that wasn't on broadcast, but they did take the W. Coming in on that momentum, they can definitely have a good chance here up against the number 2 seed Mortal Wombat.
Yeah, and again, I think another big thing just to throw in there with Battalion at least, Yes. Okay. I don't know what my brain just did. Back to you.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. So, like you said, it's going to be pretty balanced here. You're fine. It's going to be pretty balanced here. I'm interested to see if we can get to that map number 3. Battalion starting a 3rd time on defense. We're gonna definitely see some patterns emerging by then. So Ascent is gonna kind of set us up and be indicative of how these teams are going to play. So we're ready to go into game as soon as the rest of the team is, but yeah, go for it.
Alright, so again, now back to what we emphasized a lot of map 1 is this map control. This is what we were talking about, and I know the Battalion with map control likes to look for lurks. As somebody who's played against them, they will not over rotate. At least from what I know.
So they're the rowdy team.
Don't cast aggressive. No, they're the anti-rat team. They look to make sure rats don't have.
Oh, stop the rat. All right,
yeah, they stop the rat, right? Mortal Wombat, Marsupial, they basically are rats. I mean, same thing, you know, Navito's on the team. So, like, nah. But honestly, I think they'll be really good. I want to see what Mortal Wombat's big executes are. So I think the way to beat Battalion is you need to do, I mean, the tempo switching between fast and slow is really important. But the biggest thing is, like, how can you execute really fast or as a team as 5? And I think Mortal Wombat, it'll play to their strengths. Whereas Battalion, I mean, they're going to be looking then to play retake after they look to play super safe in this earlier round. But I expect, like Navino, if he ends up on that KO, which he's showing right now, using that knife will really play towards their strengths there. And GLD looking to show the jet, which is different than Battalion in the moment, obviously on this chamber. I think one big thing is that Greninja on this Fade is really, really interesting. I haven't seen Greninja Fade. I know that he does really, really want Sky. I think he'll be playing Sky on Haven if we get to map 3. But again, the biggest thing on the other side is Frozen and Polar. These are the two people you have to look out for. And then Gabe, I don't remember what Gabe goes by. I think it's just Gabe, and I don't know who will be calling.
Just Gabe as far as I have in my notes.
Yeah, but I mean, if Gabe isn't there, I don't know who exactly would be calling for them or who isn't calling for them, but that's one thing that I really want to point out is that I don't know who's going to be their caller, whereas I know as Italian Greninja does a lot of that calling, and I want to see how GLD meshes with this new roster. Again, he's coming in 4 playoffs as a ringer. He has they had to forfeit their last game or 2. Maybe that 5th seed maybe is a bit of them being underrated because they did have to forfeit a game or 2 because they couldn't find that ringer. But it is Italian on the defending side, Mortal Wombat on the attacking side. Show that on the game screen. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Polar on this KO. I know he played a lot of Jet beforehand, and I want to see how he is also switching over to this KO. But I mean, again, people to look out for. Moment is a big one in Greninja, and then on the opposite side you have Polar and Frozen. So again, you're looking for these like main fraggers with Neon and this chamber, and then the opposite side looking for those initiators, those recon initiators such as Fade.
Yeah, and give us a second to actually get in game. It's getting restarted right now and brought back. But like you said, I love your analysis there on how the different teams come again and seeing if GLD can fill in for a PDK spot and provide the same kind of impact. And if a couple of those losses were those forfeit losses, they could be severely underrated. I was kind of talking about they are the underdog coming into this match up in particular, being 5th seed versus 2nd seed. But with that momentum and with these previous match results not necessarily reflecting what they are capable of, we could see a bit of an upset here. So it sounds like production's talking in our ears. We're fixed. We're ready to go into game, and we'll see how this is actually going to play out. The round has already started. Mortal Wombat going for a quick execute on A, or at least all stacking up there to start. It's left to Gap to stop this aggression, or just to put them smoke down and make them go back and reconsider where they're going to hit.
But you see, this smoke, they look, okay, we're going to rotate it early. They move over a bit, but look at how they're still holding this B. They're holding this mid, this map control. And even though there's a lot of that early presence, they still have all this. The smoking, now they're getting control of this mid, so they can look to make a quick decision to go. I would still expect something more now towards this B, because they're thinking, oh, well, they rotated, but again, Battalion does a really, really good job of not hitting fast, or not on purpose. Obviously, they're not like, by accident. But Polar, they're showing this up, and Frozen now with opening pick on GLD, the ringer, and they might still be getting acclimated with the team. For a moment, trade that out.
Yeah, the trades do go back and forth. So now it's in a 4v4. There's a lot of action happening in tree. Question is, which side of the trades are going to come on top? But KO does look the wrong way at the wrong time. And now in a 3v4, 2 players are low on health, so it can go either way right now. Omen drops down, but gets picked off by the other Omen, gets a little Omen diff by Frog Lover. 3v3 again. They just need to clear out under and long at the same time, though. Crossfire's there. Greninja gets one, but is on the reload. Goes for the second, unable to make it land. Polar gets that shot, and now in a 2v1.
Yeah, and Polar kills Polar there, which is really, really interesting to say. Like the hold, they're trusting, and do they have enough time?
They didn't get it halfway, so they've done enough.
No.
Mortal Wombat are able to make it come through in the end, even though Moment is able to get that final trade. So really a good time playing, a good way of playing that post plant. They got the spike down, and then they spread out. They had 2 people under, but they didn't gamble all their ducks there. They put 1 in long and had them play time and got just enough kills, got them off the spike in time.
I mean, again, you look at the crucial players here. Moment, who we were just talking about on this Chamber, really, really good mechanical aim. It's going to be looking to make a difference. On those pistol rounds is where Chamber shines the most, and it can be shown here, like what it was just shown. Now, Frozen going up to this Vandal on this eco, even after dying first, they get that opening pick, trade it out. I want to see how fast they're going to be going here, but they actually go back to here. And I'm looking to see, okay, well, are they looking to go fast here? Did they realize that they didn't rotate, or are they looking to now just, again, show presence, they try and see if they can draw or rotate and look to do the opposite, and are Battalion ready for it?
Looks like they did want to go fast, but KO knife after KO knife slowing them down, and that first smoke perfect that one way is so hard to swing through, so they were forced to slow it down. Now with a minute 14 left on the clock, they're trying to peek, and Polar gets Polar once again. Just bad timing on the cross against Heaven. Gap tries to go for the re-smoke to protect them a little bit longer, but their gun is not the right gun for this job. With just a classic, they need to stop so many players coming out into sight and get scanned up and tagged. It's easy work for Mortal Wombat, left to Guild or GLD. GLD gets some shots off on Neon, but is unable to make the final ones connect with 12 HP left, and Frog Lover closes it out, putting them a second round on the board.
Yeah, and again, let's put the Polar versus Polar counter at 1-to-1 right. So we got the 1v1s. They've now both rounds Polar has killed Polar. But yeah, here comes this eco round. I mean, I do like Neon in eco rounds. You get straight up in the face with these Spectres. I mean, they're gonna be with the Vandal this time, but you get straight up in their face and you make this gun difference not matter. I want to see what's gonna be doing now different. I mean, Moment is, I believe, 5 out of 7 on their ultimate orbs. Gonna get an op, maybe, probably not, but even after 1 kill, that would be a big thing. And how are they looking to play these Vandals? Now here they're finally showing presence at A with Frog Lover and Polar side of.
Yeah, Chamber getting that op lined up for next round would be huge, because that's going to be their buy round. This is just a bonus. They're seeing what impact they're able to do, and Moment has a great swing to shut down that lurk through mid, shut down that Neon, and punish it this time. Not Neon, but they're able to punish that lurk and keep their map control, even though they have smoked off mid and given up a little bit of space. They still know they haven't pushed any farther forward. A good scan, but it does get shut down, and Nitro's is just waiting for that repeat.
Yeah, and again, finally Polar doesn't kill Polar. That's one really, really big thing.
Big takeaway here.
Yeah, but again, they're playing super slow here, and it's really, really tough to play slow into these rifles because they don't have this gun. They don't have this gun advantage at long range. Taking these long range duels is going to be really, really hard for them to win these duels. Polar now is going to be playing off of like this contact. They exchange KO knives. They see the Omen. They see the enemy KO, and then now here they are going fast to execute with these Spectres.
Polar's able to get one, but quickly it goes down to a 1v3. Navino does get the gun upgrade, but has a lot of ground to cover. They don't have the crossfire lined up, so if he's able to get the timing, but unable, Moment closes it out and is able to get another point. That is the ultimate online in the bottom. So I think one, if not both chambers, will be able to come with that tour de force into this fourth round.
Yeah, so I mean, this is like the first real gun round from both teams, right? You have that eco and then bonus round, and both these teams should be buying up to have these guns. Let's see, what is the tempo going to be? Do we think it's going to be fast, or do we think it's going to be slow like the previous 3 rounds? I mean, this Neon, you want to be pushing this tempo, and does Moment on the chamber guess where they're going to be going? Because if Moment can line it up and stop this Neon from engaging, that's the real crux of the thing, and they pop the ultimate on chamber for Battalion.
Yeah, Moment does get smoked off, so they're not able to punish this Omen for peeking in mid, but he is going to hear that action in A lobby. They do know they're getting that orb, so they get some map information, even if not a pick. Just waiting for that smoke to drop, and it's going to get the timing, lines it up, and Polar is taken out by Moment this time. Now, I don't think they want to re-aggress mid. If they do, it'll be quite risky. They're still hovering around, though, so there's a chance.
Yeah, and that's 2 first deaths to Polar. Polar has now died twice in a row for both gun rounds on the side of Battalion. Have gotten a pick on Polar with by Moment, and that is their initiator that is going to be getting them a lot of utility, or not even a lot of utility, or a lot of information. They don't have that drone initiate. They don't have that dart, and they all have to play off of all this KO util on the side of Navino, who also doesn't want to be going in initiating with flashes. So it's going to be really hard for them to now take sight. They really should be able to go, but there is an off trade out of that on the moment.
Yeah, Nichos is able to shut down that tour de force and get them an immediate access on the site. KO is going to ult in, so they're able to get on, or should be able to get out here with that suppression coming through. That overdrive.
Yeah, and the TP from Frog Lover at the door was really gave them a lot of space on site.
Greninja's lurking, though.
Really hiding in the smoke. And wow, gets checked by the ult.
Smoke.
Wow. And they're finally planting. GLD, again, getting that pick on the Omen. Now it's going to be a 3v3 take. But you still have this KO, and there goes the op. The op's dead. And it's still a 2v2, and you still have this KO on the side of Polar versus Navino and this op of Nickel.
And they left just to try and get the trades. They clear out one angle successfully. They only need to clear out backside. And Nichos is not able to watch both angles at once. And GLD with the 4K is able to close out the round. Really coming up big and shutting down Mortal Wombat's economy and early momentum that they looked like they were going to have.
Yeah, and in my mind at least, that shows the difference between what GLD brings to the team versus what PDK brings. PDK is really, really good, and especially on that raise, it has a lot of that impact. Whereas GLD already playing something different on the jet, which lets them re-engage and lets them take space with that dive. It's a lot more precise, and has really, really good aim. So I mean, again, what we're seeing here is after winning these 2 pistol rounds, Battalion has now won both the rounds, and now Mortal Wombat is back on their save. How are they going to be making use of this gun disadvantage, or how fast? There hasn't been a fast tempo round yet. They're really, really taking it slow. And how can they capitalize on this comp that they're running? They're running this Neon to take this space quick, but they haven't been taking space quick.
And speaking of taking space, Omen has got so far back on A lobby, they're going to need to completely re-clear that corner if they want to make sure that he doesn't get value out of it. He is able to get one, but unable to convert off of that and get another. So they're able to get that ult orb for free and maybe get an execute onto A site off of it. That dart scanning, giving them a lot of information. Yeah, that Odin, really huge.
I mean, I think the biggest thing right there is they have that gun now. The gun disadvantage is not as bad, and it gets rid of their smokes, which is a really, really big initiation tool. The GLD also gets rid of their smokes player. The big thing I'd be worried about right now is the Killjoy ultimate, which is possible. I was expecting it on the initiation, but again, now you have Navino with this Odin. How I was talking about, basically a master of the Odin, and they're
doesn't even flinch. Exactly. The spike clamp is gonna stick it. Moment, make sure that doesn't happen, and now it's left to Killjoy alone.
Who's on the back of site and they don't know they're there. Polar is just gonna get
just barely able to get the free kill. Almost lines up the second right away. Greninja peeking very scary. Moment tries to trade it.
Ooh.
Just needs to get the timing. But the spike plant might not come through.
Ooh, I look to get this plant off, dog dip, dive, ducking and dodging on this, and they get the fade util onto it. They can't see, they can't hear, and behind. Here's the 1-2 punch combo from Battalion, Moment and Greninja. You get the brains and the brawn, or the brains and the aim, between Moment and there. And again, showing why they're so dangerous, and even with giving that pick early with that Odin, showing that they have the mechanics and they have the smarts to not fall trapped to that eco round. But again, I really want to see them. I want to see them go faster. I want to see Mortal Wombat take this tempo again. Frozen, who should be the spearhead, is now 2-4 on this attack on this duelist. It's not going to get easier.
Well, same thing with Polar. Polar is their highest ranking player, but isn't able to show up on the fragging board. And because we have GLD and Moment, like, able to make these plays happen, and GLD only has a couple kills, but they've all been impactful. I think they might have all been that one round where they basically took the round from them out of their grasp and was able to shut down their economy completely.
And I expect them to go to Killjoy ult here because they were pinging it.
Yep, 100%. That Killjoy ult is coming through.
And I'm wondering to see, okay, well, what is the... Are they going to just give up sight? It looks like that's what they're going to be doing. Give up sight and just look to play retake. But again, what is the... Ooh, what are we... Now, what are the retake tools, right? So they have all these... And here's the Fade ult to retake right off of the tap of the bomb. That catches a lot of people. And let's see what Kairos can do with this off. Or Moment can do with this off.
Moment unable to make the first one connect. But the trades are coming through left and right. GLD swings. And now it's in 4/5 V2. The lurk gets caught out through mid. And now it's up to one person in main. Just up to Polar. Polar's going to have to come out bigger than they've come up so far. Able to get two. It makes it look possible. Gets a third. Almost lands the fourth too. Suddenly it's looking extremely scary. And he has the ult too. But they're trying to punish it. Almost lands the fifth.
Is there enough time on the defuse? Yes, there is.
There's enough time for the defuse still. An extremely, I don't even know how to call it. An extremely Valorant effort to try and keep them in this. Almost gets the ace in the 1v5 clutch. Just, really, Polar showing that they are a force to be reckoned with, even if they haven't turned up until that round.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing is you show that you see the flashes of how great Polar can be, and how do they now set him and Frozen up to do that all the time, right? Polar shouldn't have to take a legit 1v5. The rest of his team was dead to even get close and then use his ultimate, right? How can the team put him in a better position to do that? And I think they just need to be going faster. Right now, they're taking way too long to start their attacks on the site, and here it is now. They're finally turning up the tempo.
Yeah, turning up the tempo, but there is utility being tossed back and forth, stopping them from just pushing straight out into sight. And like with last round, if Polar had had one more person there to support him, they could have gotten that round on the board and looked like they were still in it. But GLD pulls out the knives to stop the aggression coming up. Cat isn't able to trade out anything yet. Opts to switch to the gun, but is able to make the Phantom work, shutting it down to be a 4v2 for Sova and Killjoy. Sova sees the barrel and is able to punish Bowler for it with just a Spectre, still able to get some damage, and maybe we'll be able to get out with their life.
Yeah, and again, Polar v Polar, let's put the counter. Is it at 3v1, 3-1, or 4-1 right now? I know Polar has only killed Polar once. And what a great flash by Gap there, playing off the paranoia. But Kairos, a moment here now, needs to look for where Polar is going to be. Ooh. And there it is, holding that crossfire. Again, Polar, almost clutching it.
Almost makes it happen.
Kills. But again, he has to do so much to get this close, right? You're taking these 3Ks, these 4Ks to almost get it to it, and they're doing a lot of damage in the rounds that Battalion is winning, but they still have not won a rifle. So I want to see again. Oh, you go, sorry.
I was just gonna say, you're completely right. If Frozen is able to get onto site and shut that down quicker, able to make that space, then Frozen can convert off of that instead of needing to do these solo hero plays.
Yeah, and again, I did really like that fast lane TP from Frog Lover and Frozen. I think TPing to the fast lane to close the door was a really, really good idea. But again, they're not swinging anything together. Again, the plays that they're doing are super like, while great team plays, they're doing it individually. Now I need to see them. Hey, let's flash and swing this op together, because right now Moment has not been pressured really at all, other than through smoke. And let's see if there's an op difference between these two sensitive players from Nikos and
there has been an off diff in the past. Nikos did get that pick across mid when he had the Tour de Force out. So if they're able to make that happen again, then maybe they can get some sort of advance up into this. But Chambers playing extremely passively, sitting in tree, not willing to give that gunfight. And the drone is only going to spot some information here, but Gap shuts it down before they can get too much room. And they haven't made any progress into any sites yet. I just want to point that out. 43 seconds left on the clock, and they're going for the rotate towards B. They've drawn some players to A, so this could work. It's up to Jet to shut it down, but they're just now crossing the spawn barrier.
Yeah, and again, I think, and what I was talking about was Mortal Wombat not having, right, and Gabe, I believe, is their IGL and does so much for this team, and it just really looks like they're showing they're taking a lot of time to commit, and they're having a lot of pressure, like pulling people around them. I think the biggest thing, this is interesting, this is a TP by Gap. Oh, and what a pick.
Perfect timing!
And if he played his life there, and he plays the bomb, it's going to be really, really hard for them to plant. But now they are going to be able to plant. unless GLD just does that, which was great by Gold. And Nikos is now just stuck with this operator, and GLD breaks the crosshair placement, and there it is. I mean, GLD as this ringer coming in for PDK looks great on this jet roll, and I mean, they look like the momentum from map 1 is also carried over against from McDegens that game. And yeah, I mean, I want to see why right now Neon isn't showing anything. Why did we pick this Neon? And I don't have an idea of why they picked the Neon yet. Like, what has Neon done that Jet couldn't have done at this point to a better degree? They haven't gone onto site really fast. I think they've taken over 45 seconds to commit to everything, other than maybe on the component.
Yeah, they're not playing to the tempo that you need to see there. And trying to get some impact here, I think that Neon's probably going to go for the ult soon, if not already. It is online. That could be the round changer and show why that pick is valuable. So they're just going for some early information, but there's a Sova ult coming through to deny, or maybe to punish.
And the biggest thing that I want to see here is then there's two.
Moment gets a shot through the smoke.
There's 2 offs on the side of Battalion right now. Not only do we have one, but Polar as well. The KO has one. And if you don't find a good pick on Gap, a moment again getting this pick on Nikos, and it is now back down to what can Navino and Polar do after being set up, and that is a great pick by Polar to take down this moment who has been seemingly unstoppable.
Polar had a good pick, but is left to do a 1v3 once again and unable to make it convert. And Battalion just take that op right back. They say, no, we're having fun with it. You don't quite get to play with it yet.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing you have to realize right now is this was Mortal Wombat's map pick. Right, I'd say that attack and defense on this is really even. They are running this Neon, which really should be lending more towards the attack sided, but they also do have this Killjoy, who obviously led towards more defense sided. But I don't see how they're coming back into this game right now. For Mortal Wombat, I mean, other than speeding up the tempo, I think the biggest thing is how do we get Moment uncomfortable on this operator, and we have to find them with the KO knife. Okay, if they aren't here, they're over there, and then I want to look to like maybe flash and go into him, force him into a rough position, and then look to isolate 1v1s or isolate duels and swing together. They're showing a lot of like the fundamentals that we need to be doing such as swinging together to an operator so they can trade. They're taking a lot of individual duels. Here's another one.
And not able to make it happen.
And there's
like you were saying, the same thing you were saying, they haven't really played off their utility the way that you would expect them to. They could be flashing out. If they're trying to hit a site and it gets smoked, just flash out, just fight it and take those battles. But instead they're falling back, they're playing passively, they're slow walking through mid and taking a one-on-one in market. Those aren't the plays that can give you advantages as attack. They're not playing the numbers game. Like no matter where you hit as attack, you can have an advantage as long as you play it fast and you use your utility to give you those openings.
Yeah, and again, the big thing that I see from Battalion is not only they're using their utility well, but when they're taking these 1v1s, again, their mechanics are great, and we talked about this, but also they're not getting greedy with their 1v1s. It's not like GLD, again, in that 1v1 earlier, he takes that fight, and then he gets out, right? And it's very, very disciplined, and it's almost like this team has been playing Valorant for a while, or is common FPS or like CSGO similarities. I mean, I think the biggest thing now is in this 3v3 retake, you have this fade, you have this Omen flash, and you have this operator from Moment. How does Neon, KO, and Omen look to play this retake? And I think they need to go aggressive. These 3 people are super aggressive, but Fog Lever does win. Yeah.
A super good recon there, but Moment can't land the 3rd shot. The op does not reload as fast as the Tour de Force does. And so Mortal Wombat finally get a 3rd round on the board when they needed it the most. And I'm not sure if that round would be prime advantage or prime sample of what they needed to do, but in the end they did get that execute on the beat. They had the space held through market. They cleared out the person on site finally and were able to take a little bit of control and then swinging off of each other on those final couple picks.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that they did really well there was they found out where GLD was, and even though they had that unfortunate 1v1 that happened, what they then did was they pressured that weaker side, right? And they pressured, okay, well GLD we know is hit, and then they finally swung it together with that Neon breaking the crosshair placement. But you know, what a smart play by Polar there to get rid of that chamber op.
Polar just punishing him purely by just game mechanics and skill, getting that skill jump up onto that A main entry. It's not an easy jump to do. I'll remind you that. Off of that bicycle onto those boxes. I've seen many people miss those jumps, myself included, but he's able to make that land. and they've gotten just a little bit of map control. They're in a lobby, but Omen is still locking that down. Polar tries to retake the space on mid, but there's just too many there to fight. It doesn't go for the repeat, thankfully, goes for the knife. Plays it smart, but the other Omen is already in the smoke. Frog Lover is able to make the trade. Polar still lurking for that kill, but they've gotten the space and market. All they need to do is clear out Fade on site, and then it's theirs.
Yeah, so
Fade gets picked, and they're able to get sight.
Yeah, so they cast this lurker Polar, but then you have Navino looking to lurk now back onto this Omen, who just got picked off by a lurker. So I'm wondering if he doesn't think there's gonna be another. This is gonna be really hard to 2v2 again with this KO coming up from behind. I'm wondering if they'll just save. But again, this is really a salvageable half. There's two more rounds. This one's looking great now in the 1v4, 1v. And if this gets to a 7-5, are you worried for Battalion? Or like, such a strong start is now disappeared? If they win pistol, or is Mortal Kombat just tied up?
I'm not worried for Battalion's performance per se, but it does look like Mortal Wombat are starting to, for lack of a better phrase, come online. They're starting to look like they're playing a Valorant match and not just warming up. Battalion definitely had some momentum coming into this, but now that they've had these 2-round losses after such a dominant half, it honestly could go either way. And at a 7-4 scoreline, that's not guaranteed. That can easily hit 7-5, but even an 8-4 is extremely salvageable.
Yeah, and I'd say the biggest thing that I'm looking at is how that first map that Battalion played, the play-in to get into this game, is that like why they started off so strong? You know what I mean? Like,
and they're going aggressive on the A site. This was exactly what you were looking to see from them.
Yeah, and Navino, who had his ultimate and can get res, just gets traded. They trade out Moment, the star player so far at least on the side of Battalion, and now they get in this post-plant position and then the 5v4. But here's the Fade ult to retake it.
Question is if they heard Omen TP behind. Looks like they are able to punish that, but there's so much utility being traded on site. Polar just plays it safe from under, but now is left in another 1v2. Able to get the shot onto Jet.
We're gonna just swap the ace last time and could not do it this time. And Polar finally gets that clutch that he's been looking for as you go into halftime into a 7-5, which is a very okay. We win pistol round like we did last time, and it's immediately tied.
Yeah, 7-5, it's essentially an even game. What looked like a near blowout match. I was like, okay, Battalion might have come into this with too much momentum. It turns out they did come into this with just too much, and they're not able to keep it going. Maybe they're running a little bit dry so early into this best of 3.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point now towards is, okay, now on this defense, who do we have that is going to be picking up this, like, get up, right? So you have GLD, who is now taking over that top frag role as this ringer. Now should be looking to be more aggressive on this attack, right? I want to see what, they have now this Greninja on this Fade and KO, the Fade KO. Is a really good combo right now, and especially on this defense, it should be really good to stop all the aggression. But here's a super fast pistol round, trying to take it as aggressive as possible. But they're running right into this Killjoy setup.
And they have a super aggressive team composition, and they're able to play off of it. Except Nichos is able to get one, able to keep their control over the site. Just a quick right click on the Jet, and just like that, the pace has been shut down, and it's left in a 2v2 gap with just 15 HP. Has to not give them any more space. Moment is able to protect them for the time being, bringing them to a 1v2. Now it's all left. Is that Polar again? Polar in the 1v2. Gap is low on HP and doesn't know where he is, so he's able to take one and get back on the site. But didn't grab bomb.
But yeah,
in the 1v1.
You just run away. I mean, you see it. So Moment has now 2 chamber bullets and fakes the runaway. See if Polar. Ooh.
Not taking any chances with that recon dart. Tells him exactly where Moment is. Moment is just barely able to get on the site. He wants to fight it. It could go either way. They're both watching the angle, but he falls back just in time to get on site and get that plant money at the very least, regardless of which way this 1v1 goes. It just comes down to who has the better crosshair placement, who can rat out the other player. They're both watching the right angle, so it comes down to the crosshair.
Oh, the time
Moment looks away.
Oh, that's so crazy. I mean, Polar's been so clutch. Even if on the field clutches has looked great, Moment has been great so far on that defensive side. But you really can see the difference in, at least in my head, knowing these players. You can see the difference in experience. Polar looks to be, I know, plays this game a lot more than Moment. And in those clutch moments, you can kind of see the timing, and that's where Polar shines as that experienced player. Moment
Polar's
again,
carrying Mortal Wombat. Look at the scoreboard.
yeah.
I think he has 18 kills, like twice the kills of anyone else on his team. Just really showing up where he needs to show up to keep them in this game.
Yeah, and also the one thing I found out, Frog Lover is actually Gabe, so they do have their IGL. And
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm maybe maybe they did just start slow then. I think the biggest thing is now on this anti-eco. I know they have the mechanics to stop these anti-ecos, and I want to see what they will do. And Frozen almost gets stuck there.
And we're seeing this higher pace that you were looking for out of Mortal Wombat coming through right from Battalion. I think they have an extremely, like I was saying last round, attack-heavy composition, able to play off of these flashes, off of all of these initiators and duelists. But Polar has Ares is able to shut that down just by rate of fire. A beautiful blind onto Gap. Gap is stuck in the corner, but makes the classic right-click look good. And now it's a 2v2 just like that. The weapons have been traded back and forth,
It's
so
the same two people, but look at how
it's
low
the same
Battalion
too.
are. I mean, the biggest thing is it's a good eco either way. Whether they win or lose, they have guns down. That's really good. I mean, the biggest
Battalion
thing,
have done what they needed to do.
yeah, and one thing with the higher tempo is, well, I think that was great on the side of,
Battalion?
Wombat, is what I wanted.
Oh yeah.
From them, Battalion, I feel like, don't want to play as much in the higher pace. They can slow it down. They have these initiation, and they have these, like, get out of the free picks with Jet and Moment. They want to be posting these agents up on angles, then to set them up to look to get these numbers advantages on the attack. They can play a bit slower. But the biggest thing then with Little Wombat is I want to see them now taking defense aggressive. I want them taking aggressive space on defense with this Neon, or else like this Neon hasn't done anything, or they need to be played with them before we.
Yeah, Neon wasn't able to show us their value on attack as much as you were hoping for, but on defense it's even harder. You can get maybe a good stun in and line a couple of them up, maybe a wall to temporarily block sightline, but your utility isn't what is setting you up for that kind of play. Polar tries to line up the shot of the recon dart, but is unable to, and manages to get away from the life from the other Polar. No Polar diff to happen today. Frog Lover just gets spammed through the wall.
That looked crazy. That somebody check computer might be hacking.
Check him PC.
Yeah, that
It just has
like
the read on
spamming him
them.
through the wall as he moved. But again, you're seeing GLD finds the opening pick on Frozen. Then Moment can get that pick on Navino after Gap finds that wall bang on that Omen. And again, now these gun rounds are coming back in, and Battalion look very, very strong. Maybe pistol rounds aren't their strong suit, but I mean, look at this, a 4v1, and both their fraggers are getting back online with GLD and Moment finding early picks on important people, and Polar cannot clutch it because he is dead.
Yep, it's all left to Nichos. And I don't know if they have what it takes in the tank to, show up the way that Polar has been. A good gun trade, but unable to get out in time, and Moment continues to be a valuable asset to Battalion. And so even if they're not doing that faster hit, like I was saying that I could see this composition doing, you're saying that you think they should slow it down a little bit. Even if they slow it down, they can use those flashes and that recon and that strong offensive utility to keep them in the game. They get one pick in mid, and they have the explosive power. They have Jet, her dashes. They have Omen, who can do the quick smokes while he's walking around. He doesn't stop like Astra or pull out his iPad as much like Brimstone. He's still 100% in the game. Fade and KO, they're all probably, I think, some of the most offensive versions of their type of agents in the game. So they're able to have that explosive impact.
Yeah, and I think one big thing with that is, like, I love how you're talking about the explosive impact. Right, so with Neon, you have the speed, but there's not as much explosion. Whereas they have this dash, they cover this distance in a short amount of time, but it's such like a short trigger with all these things that happen at once, right? It's very explosive, but it isn't fast. This is why I like the Battalion comp, is because they get these free picks, they get these TPs out, and those are like get out of jail free cards, and then they can explosively and immediately switch that tempo. Whereas on the other thing, you have to set it up, right? So it's a lot more of not viable, but it's a lot more of like a what's the word for it? It's a lot more of like a flexible comp. But Frozen there finds that pick on GLD and finally getting his name on that duelist board.
Just from having a good ratty spot to play off of.
Yeah,
the thing about Neon is you can just find yourself so alone. So thankfully their aim is able to help them. And Nichos is on site, does get a big flash, but Frozen is able to help out and is able to get a 3K on the round, putting them in a great position to start with. But Greninja has too much to go up against, and they're able to close it out. Polar putting them tied up on the board. Back to 8-8. It's looking closer than it has yet.
Yeah, and again, Frozen. I feel like Frozen just showed up there in that round. I feel like now if it's all up from here, I'm excited to see it. But the biggest thing there is why the Neon? What has the Neon done from a macro standpoint of these two teams? Why was the Neon picked? I haven't seen great fast lane usage, what the team has capitalized off of, like initiating onto a site. It has now just come down to gunplay from Frozen, showing off. And I think Frozen is a really, really good person with gunplay, but then why not put him on a role like Chamber or Jet? But again, I think GLD and Moment were found early and they lost that round. I think those two are really, really pivotal. And wow, and there's that first pick onto Frozen yet again.
And they had a double peek through mid, but Moment is still able to trade one of them. Gap tries to punish the reload, but goes down too low. Frog Lover is able to shut that down. And now they're going for a full hit through A, but Frog Lover does get a smoke down in time, is able to stop the aggression temporarily, maybe save their life. But Moma gets another pick through mid as they go for the rotate. Now it's all up to Killjoy, who is the sole rotator towards B. If they even go out, I think they might just re-aggress here.
And there's the anti-rat. What I'm talking about with Moment, with the anti-rat there. Somebody walking through mid? Oh, never mind. You can't, it's really hard to take defensive space against Battalion. And that's what makes them so good. And that's why this explosive comp is so good. Now they're up in this 4v3. And even after faking the rotate, it might not have worked, but Killjoy is stuck pretty far back, even not exactly on B. Walking it. And I want to see now, with this gun, I mean, this is an eco round for them, right? Because they don't have guns there. They're now looking to then take advantage of this eco round, and this is because of their great mechanical ability that I'm going to talk about.
Battalion just had such good patience waiting for everyone to leave the site except for Frog Lover, who gets cleaned up immediately by GLD once again. And GLD takes that heaven space, holds it down, and they have so much site control immediately. They waited there, they waited, and then they executed, and it paid off great. Now in a 4v2, it's a tough retake if he just can land up this shot. But the spray goes just a bit too high, so it's all up to KO. And
you might even
I'd count them out of it.
here.
I'd save here.
And I mean, the biggest thing that now that you look at is the biggest thing, yeah, and they get Moment to come to that third. Moment and GLD live, and then they win the round. Right, so it's really, really, a lot of these so far are like, okay, do we kill them? Like with, do our top two duelists, Moment and GLD, kill the enemy team? First, or did they die? And it's come a lot on that. It come to like where Polar and Frozen, right? Polar has gotten a lot of these picks and a lot of these clutches, but these opening picks are a lot of the time are going towards Battalion, which is why they've looked so good. Like they're setting up their team really, really well. And I want to see, like, can we try and look to do more of those executes, but looking to play retake? I think they can play a lot more safe on the side of Mortal Wombat, and then literally just look to play retake with this Neon, and it would be a lot easier for them, and also a lot harder for Battalion to make use of this.
But that's the thing. Mortal Wombat doesn't have the fighting power. They don't have. You were talking about the top two frags from Battalion carrying them, but Mortal Wombat only has one. And if you only have one person who's able to counter those kills, Polar just gets traded. It doesn't matter what other utility you're using.
Yeah, and I really, you see GLD now, they're taking map control here, and you see this Omen on the other side of the A map control there, and now they've also taken Tree, right? So you see they're pushing from a lot of angles because they have all these get out of jail free cards, and they literally will just be like, okay, I take this really, really aggressive angle, and then I get out. And then we look to pivot to another side of the map, very explosive, and they that's why they've been doing so well. And I think on this attack, it's really been showing, even though they lost 2 of 3 rounds, even though the goal, I don't know if that would exactly count. But here, Gap now coming onto the site, they've taken the space, and they drag them to the other side of the map. There's nobody watching this, and now they just explode onto A. Let's now, with this 5v5 retake, will Neon finally show what I'm looking for to play this retake in this 5v5? Oh.
I'm not sure what Navino was shooting at there, maybe at their own Neon. And now going for this 5v5 retake. This can always be indicative of how the whole series could go, because we are seeing what everyone has guns. There's several ultimates on the line, and what they're able to do with it. Yeah, Moment does get the opening pick once again, setting them in an advantageous spot. A beautiful flash forces Frog Lover into the corner, not able to convert off of it yet, but the trade tries to come through. Frog Lover is able to shut it down, and now in a 3v3, it's just as even, but times tick down on the clock. I think they're playing just enough time that you just have to run.
Yeah, and I mean the biggest
Gap's
thing
gonna
here
punish
is,
this maybe.
I like Gap live.
No, couldn't quite get there. I wanted to punish.
I mean, the biggest thing that I'm looking at right now. Okay, you see Moment get these opening picks, and Frozen should be that first initial person to come back in on that retake, right? And Frozen is the last person to rotate back.
Yeah, they got those picks. We were talking about Frozen a lot, and then they got that 3K, and we're like, okay, maybe we should shut up about them. But they haven't showed us anything yet. They're still sitting at those 10 kills on the foreboard, and as the duelist, it doesn't feel good because it's so hard to contribute with these duelists like Neon, like Phoenix, Reyna. They need to be self-sufficient fraggers to really provide the value that you want. Other than Raze, who can just toss out utility and get damage for free, but.
I mean, the biggest thing that I just saw there was Moment has died. Moment died first. This is already looking really, really good. And there's the trade-off though. But they have the smokes, but there's down a chamber. Their potential to catch those flanks has already gone down immediately. But Polar's found a timing up through mid after the kill on Frog Lover, and I want to see if Greninja timing on Polar.
Greninja gets so much information, just watches him walk by, probably gets a little laugh out of it. The Polar's unable to capitalize on that mid timing, so they're pushed back yet again. This could be Mortal Wombat's round, simply because they got that opening pick, and it's really turned the tides in their favor.
Yeah, and it comes down now, it's a 3v3. They both have, but the biggest thing right now is, okay, well, you have an Initiator versus, you have a Smokes versus a Sentinels, and they're going to be looking to use this Fatal to go onto this Killjoy where they have their setup. The biggest thing that I want to be looking at least would be, look at this, this is like a total fake. They're Fatal taking
100%
over here,
fake.
and look at, and they're both on A, and GLD is still alive, and they still have all these smokes, and they're just totally faked out by it.
Easiest fake that they've ever done.
And they Killjoy on the other side too. That's, and they just read them like a book, and Greninja gets 1 too. Oh wow, that's exactly how you want it to be played, and Greninja's gonna catch. Oh, it doesn't catch them, but wow. I mean, they're looking, again, you should be waiting for your team to now then take this retake, but you're looking to take this 2v2 as soon as possible because you know that the Fade is on the other side. And they're finally grouped up for a retake, which I really, really do like.
Yeah, you want to trade out here before that flank can come all the way around and punish you. I don't know that they're moving fast enough though. Fade is almost back into heaven, and Jet could get caught completely unaware by this. Gap gets the opening kill. Down at 15 HP, but
can they even? And look,
the rotate just took so long to come over from B. By the time they realized what happening, it took them half of the spike plant to get back, and there's so much death on the board. Almost no guns are saved. It's just Fade on Battalion, bringing them through. Greninja keeping them with a little bit of weapon advantage, a little bit of econ advantage. There's going to be a full buy coming into this, but if Mortal Wombat lose this, their economy's in ruins.
Yeah, and this is the gambling everything around here. And I mean, the biggest thing you saw there was Greninja, the Moment dies early, and then, okay, let's slow down this pace. Let's look to get a trade, which they get onto their smokes. And then they show a lot of misinformation. I think that's a really, really smart play. I believe Greninja is their IGL called that. I don't know for sure, though. Again, you can really, really see that experience, and you can, like, oh, I saw that in VCT, and they just pulled that off really, really well. But look at this mid-space now being taken by Moment.
And they've gotten this mid-space a couple times. The question is whether Moment is going to be able to capitalize on it and find these timings. They know where Frog Lover is, but it swings just in time. Frog Lover almost got away, but does re-peek on the reload, and Moment punishes him for that at the right place, at the right time. Still looking to execute onto A, but there are 3 players waiting on site, so it could turn messy extremely quickly.
Yeah,
Playing contact in mid, but Moment gets another.
Polar, and also what you saw that mid is Moment waits for that knife to go down. They shoot the knife and then peeks off of them shooting at that knife. But this is such a ratty spot by Navino and really puts them in a great position when Polar trades out GLD. And you can see the fun. Oh, what a shot!
Beautiful shot from Polar.
You can see the Mac or the fundamentals from Battalion are really, really clicking right now because of the way they're playing, right? You see, okay, they're swinging together, they're trading, and I just don't see that from Mortal Wombat, and that's why I think Battalion has put themselves in such a good position.
And Greninja's got the flank once again. Just going to get a free pick here pretty much. Unless Vichos can line it up. Not quite. And just like that, they're at 12-8. And it could very easily go to Battalion.
The economy is in shambles, like you were talking about earlier. That was their force. The Frozen has a buy. I don't know who else has a buy. Polar probably can force up with light shields. But there's so much money on the side of Battalion, and not only is there so much money, is that they have this Chamber ult, they have this Jet ult, and the ults on the side of Mortal Wombat is just so minimal. They have no ultimates. They have a pretty shoddy buy, and I mean on this attack side, they other than the 2 pistols, they've won 1 rifle. Does that change now based like it did last time?
Yeah, it's just not working out in Mortal Wombat's favor. Like I was mentioning, with just this composition, Battalion is just so set up to be an attack-sided team. They have the explosive composition, and not only that, they have the patience to take advantage of it and to really punish Mortal Wombat for how they're playing. Froglever's going to have to resmoke even deeper because they just flashed right through his previous smoke and they weren't able to swing on it. And now they have more map control space. They have space in both mains. They have the contact, but Navino is able to shut down Omen in a lobby, so they might try and play off of that.
Yeah, and Moment again has found a really good angle here. But again, playing off of this utility, and he might not check this really close. That didn't hit, but the lurk getting gap was really good here. What a great play by Froglover after that double smoke, making sure they grab hold of this momentum. And this could be changing this round, even though with this money situation. This is if they get any guns here now, they're stacking up, and this could just, it's 12-9. It's super.
This is the round that they needed, and GLD's in an extremely rowdy spot, but they're kind of stuck there, and the spike's going the complete opposite way. If I was them, I would try and pull some of the attention over here, maybe try and get that plant money down just to boost your economy a little bit, but I don't think they'll be able to pull people fast enough. It looks like they're going for a bit of a save here, but that's a rough spot to save. Polar tries to punish the spray, but Frozen is able to make a great crossfire on a site. And GLD does get 2, makes sure that their economy can't get too healthy, because remember, Mortal Wombat gets 3, but Mortal Wombat's economy wasn't looking great coming into that, so even though they get the round win, they're still broke.
I mean, all of those kills by GLD back. Like, if you look at it now, like, Polar's gonna have a really rough buy, or he's gonna have to get bought by Frozen, and then Nichols is gonna have to buy, but can't get Killjoy stuff, and now they're on a shoddy buy again. Those 3 picks are so crazy. And they mattered so much, like in the long, especially like right now, like I was saying, in the long run. But if that's like, oh, 1 more round is over, and they can all buy, they have to buy Spectres, Light Shield, and if they keep those guns, that wouldn't have been.
Yeah, exactly. And they're coming into this A main. Once again, Moment's getting this heavy control in mid, and they haven't contested it. Yeah, that's exactly right. They haven't contested it. He's just walking up, still in his TP so he can get out if needed, but they get that orb in A main, and it looks like they're going to pull the spike out to go for a different hit. But you are seeing this adaptation come out from Mortal Wombat. They're being a bit slower on their rotates. They're still going to send out that smoke, but they're holding their positions down a bit stronger. But Omen looks like he wants to peek this in mid a little bit. It's too slow of a jiggle peek, almost gets punished for it, but thankfully he has that get out of free jail card and is able to just TP out. And the hit does look like it's going to come through on A now.
Yeah, and again, Frozen gets traded out here. You can see the fundamentals working out. No matter where you hit, that the attackers are going to have the advantage that you were talking about earlier, and that's exactly what you want to be doing. Moment now, coming back in top. Oh, and Gabriel gets caught up by Polar. But Polar can still clutch this out, as we have seen, and Froglover also has been Polar dice.
Greninja just shuts that down immediately.
2v4 retake, which is really rough, and there's no Killjoy ult, I believe, to stop it. I mean, it's gonna be really hard with the Spectre as well. I mean, and the Fatal.
No, they don't have their singular star player that's been keeping them in for most of this, so it's just left to them to make it work, and they don't have the utility left to do it. The time's ticking away on the clock, and Omen has taken so much space in their spawn. They're gonna have to re-clear him to go over there. Froglever does get 1 pick, but he doesn't know that Jet's lurking in the corner. It's all up to Nichos to stop them from taking the map point. He tries to clear under, but is unable to do, and Greninja clears out map number 1, taking it 13-9 for Battalion. They look strong.
Yeah, Battalion looks great right now. I mean, the biggest thing that I haven't, like, at least been seeing recently between the season, Polar, again, at the top of the leaderboard, even on the losing team, did find a lot of great timing to the attack when they were dictating that tempo. But on the defense, Polar, I mean, this is great, because you have the Polar at the top.
The scoreboard tells the story of the whole game right here.
The Polar, at least the Polar from Mortal Wombat, on the attack found a lot of that great timing, but on that defense, when I was telling you about that anti-rat and how Battalion plays really, really condensed, they check everything. They play really, really fundamentally good Valorant. And you have to go off these fast 5-minute executes and get those man advantage on those executes, or you're gonna have a lot of trouble. Polar, again, on those attack, found a lot of those. He had a few of those clutches or almost clutches. But on the defensive side, when he looked to go take aggressive space, he got cut off a lot or died a lot. He never got put into those clutch situations, and I think that was because Frozen on that Neon couldn't make any space for him. When they wanted to re-engage at that wall, it was never there. A lot of those initiation ultimates, he wasn't there. So, I mean, the biggest thing that I want to be looking forward to is do they stick to this Neon? Because I don't think it worked. I mean, maybe I'm a bit harsh for that, but I think Frozen's aim is really, really good, and I think he had a lot of really good moments, but I think a lot of those moments could be prolonged or come about more often if he was on a hero such as Jet or Chamber or even like a Yoru.
And
Like
going
something-
into Icebox,
yeah.
a Chamber or a Yoru pick could actually be pretty viable for that upcoming map, and that's exactly what you were saying. And we saw that huge polar diff. We saw that from map number 1. That was like the rivalry that we set up just off those first couple rounds, and that ends up playing out the whole game. We got the biggest possible polar diff coming in on that scoreboard. It was a good effort from both sides. It definitely looked completely close at mid. We weren't ready to toss it either way, but Battalion's aggression just paid off big on that attack. And so we go into map number 2 on, I said Icebox, yeah, we're going into map number 2 on Icebox, so we'll be right back with that. Don't go anywhere, grab your snacks, get your water, use the bathroom, and we'll see you here. Wow. After watching that game, Polar might be my new favorite player. Like, yeah, on paper, 8 and 17 isn't the best, but I left that map a better player. The utility, positioning, communication, all key aspects to a map win. You could feel his presence in person. Is Polar the best player in the tournament? Maybe. But damn, he's making a case tonight. Which Polar? You can leave it up.
I have nothing to say. The Italian Mamba, I mean, that's the way to go. But let's look at these. Let's look at these map picks. I mean, Frozen back on the Neon. Polar.
Yeah,
now
we're seeing that cup
more-
position.
Yeah, Polar now, and then Polar now has been put on Reyna. At least the Polar that I believe has been really stepping it up. And then yeah, Nico's on the Sage, Frog Lover, Gabe on the Viper, and then you have Navino on the trademark of KO. Then you have the other Polar also on KO. Greninja now moving into that smokes role onto the Viper, can do a little bit of lurky. Can IGL from that position really well. Otherwise, the other people that are more of, you have Moment back onto that Chamber, and GLD back onto that Jet, which is where they want to be. And then I believe Gap is either on I think Gap's on the Sage. If I remember correctly, I think Gap is on the Sage.
Yeah, we do have a Sage coming out on Battalion.
Yes, I mean, this is a very standardized box comp from Battalion. It plays to their strengths. I expect them. I mean, this is the map they're supposed to be favored on, and I think it will play to their strengths, very similar to how they just played that last map. And I need to see Polar and Frozen show that double duelist was worth it. I want to see what they do here, how aggressive they take, how much space they have.
And they're definitely upping the tempo already, going for a fast 8 hit on this first pistol round. They're already all the way deep on site. Jet was forced back by that suppression, and they're able to get the plant down with a minute 15 left on the clock. That's a huge pace change from the previous map.
Yeah, the pace change is already showing. Like, it's really, it's already like, it's already reaping its benefits. Polar gets that trade off onto Polar. Let's add the 1-0 count on this map now. But Gab trades onto Navino, both KOs down. Gab now against Frozen, looking to get the trade off of Polar. But again, Greninja and GLD here are looking to take this angle, and I mean, yeah, this is a really standard Icebox retake. Nico's with 2 kills though on the gold and moment, but yeah, I mean, it looked really good, exactly what I was expecting. But yeah, that's how Icebox is gonna work. It's very cut and clean. The clutching is really hard to do on this map, just because, especially on that pistol round, because those stage ice walls. I mean, I think, again, Italian, this is a map that plays towards their strengths, and I want to see what Mortal Wombat can do to kind of throw them off their tempo.
Yeah, and Mortal Wombat was the one who was kind of starting to push the pace on the previous map. And so they're going to have to slow them down, and that Sage utility's coming up so big on that post plant, stopping them from even having a chance of the site retake, even if they got the frags there. And so they're doing the early push into mid this time.
Yeah, and
not able to find anything yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're walking up this tube here, looking to take this mid space. They're taking these map control, but they're walking into moment with a Vandal. It's gonna be really hard, but they're swinging him all at multiple times at least. And again, the map control they have is all based off of just the tube and the garage. They have nothing other than that, which is really unfortunate. Gap grabs 2 picks with this ghost, and they're looking to save as well. Gap with 3 on that stage.
Yeah, and a good buy there coming out from Battalion. Whenever a team doesn't end up converting on that buy, it starts to look really worrying for the whole map as a whole. But thankfully, things are going as planned. They're able to keep pushing this very classic-looking Icebox comp. The Viper on B site, the Sage on tube, it can't get more classic than that.
Yeah, it's textbook.
And so, yeah, if they can keep up this textbook gameplay, just playing by their fundamentals, they might be able to keep it going even into this buy round from Mortal Wombat.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing that I want to point out is this tournament is very amateur, right? We have a lot of lower ranked players, and as a time, there isn't going to be as much set plays. It's a lot for newer players. Trank is getting into Valorant right now, and the fundamentals are super important. You can see how them playing on certain fundamentals has now gotten them so far. And again, how I was talking about the 5 seed, really putting them in a really, like, not in a bad position, but putting them in a position they really shouldn't have been in because they had to. Now adding GLD onto this team, they look better than a 5 seed, and it's really showing it.
Now, Frozen is able to get up so close, sees the gun barrel, able to get that pick to get them in onto site, but is able to get the second pill onto GLD because GLD does not have the weapon that he needs. Gets the third. Neon finally showing up in this match, leaving Viper on Battalion in a 1v3 retake. A Spectre, it is possible, but coming up against this Phantom on the first peak, it's going to be difficult. Going to have to perfectly clear. Does get the Vandal, but looks like they want to fall back and either go for the flank or just a complete save.
Yeah, I mean, I think this might be smart. I think this is smart. Again, Icebox, you really have to play textbook. You have to play safe. And this is exactly what they want to be doing. Saving here is a great option. They can get off online for moments as possible. And again, what do they have to get rid of this off? They have this Arena Flash, Neon Stuns, or KO like to get rid of the DP. But it's going to be really hard for them to flush out this chamber opping. And I want to see if they can get that online as soon as possible and put the game in the hands of Kairos or Moment on the op.
And I think that op, like you were saying, can be so impactful on this map. Whether you're watching B long, A main, or mid, all of those are good sight lines for the op. It can take so much map control and keep you at those choke points, which there's only 3 on this map. Like, only 3 primary ones you need to go through, or can go through, I should say, if the operate's holding those.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing that I'm looking at right now is, okay, well, now this is the gun round. What, are they going to bring up this tempo again? Or are they going to slow it down and go back to their old bad habits that showed up in my sense? Them slowing it down here. I mean, maybe it'll work here, but I really want to see, again, this up tempo now with this Reyna and with this this Neon. It's all dependent on how much kills they get, and I really need to see, okay, how are we looking at taking that space with the lack of somebody like a Sentinel. And I also want to see if Battalion looks to flank a bit now, knowing that they don't have a Sentinel other than Sage. It's really hard.
Polar gets that opening pick in mid. GLT gets that nice pick from up on top of the wall. Gets a third for their efforts. Really just a ratty spot that didn't end up getting cleared and gets them almost set up for another round unless Polar's able to have some heroics on these early rounds, which they get one. Question is, can they get another? They do get another. That's 3 on them for the round. They go for the 4th, aren't able to make it land. It's all up to Frozen on the Neon to clean it up, but they have someone on both sides. They need to get gap. They need to get the timings here. The wall goes up at the wrong time and isn't able to make the shots connect. Now they have somebody behind too, and Greninja cleans it up, putting a 3rd one on the board and looking bad for Mortal Wombat because that was their buy round. That was the round that they needed to make something happen to get their economy going again, and it doesn't work out.
Yeah, and again, this is what the traps they fell into last time. The only difference is that this time, Battalion won the. Now again, what are we looking for here? We're looking for what are they going to be doing on this eco differently? They have the ultimate on. They have the Neon ultimate and the Viper ultimate. I want to see what they do with those. Maybe playing the post plant, or they're looking to take a lot of early aggressive space with that Neon ultimate and into the Viper ultimate. Again, you're looking. Again, the biggest thing is how are we looking to at least on this push into B, what are they doing that is going to put them over this edge to get them back in this game on this eco, or to just swing it in their direction?
Absolutely. I like the early aggression from Frozen, but I also like that hero rifle on Polar. Exactly right here. Polar has been the one who can get those 3-4Ks, and even if you're buying one gun in the round, it should probably go to Polar. Polar doesn't get a pick in mid, but Frozen is able to open up the pick on site with the Viper ult going down, but Greninja picks this plant spot perfectly and gets huge damage onto Frog Lover. Thankfully, they have a Viper's Pit, so the damage will be neutralized. Almost gets the timing, but now in a rock in a hard place. Is able to get one.
They do get the timing, but GLD again just still alive. When you're coming to the Polar looking at the clutch now, has to peek into double. And there it is. It's exactly
comes down to the hero rifle. Both trying to peek. Neither one giving them any space.
Play off his tap. And I mean, perfectly played by Polar there.
Like I said at the beginning of the round, that rifle is the gun that they need. If they're buying one gun, it should go on Polar, and Polar plays it right through just by the script even, and gets them the round in the 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, and I mean, again, Polar is going to be the stand-up player on Mortal Kombat. You know what you're going to get with this team, and now I'm looking at, okay, on the side of Battalion, how do they respond on this eco now that the bank is broke? Oh, they have 3 ultimates, almost 4, maybe even close enough to 5 if Greninja gets 2. But is Frozen going to look to step on the gas here with the ultimate? I want to see what they can do, and if they're going to flush out Moment. And and Frozen already taken out by,
Such a dirty shot. The Headhunter is just such a valuable weapon. I think that a good res coming through, but so many players are going to be so happy when that thing just gets even a little bit nerfed for the sake of the game. But Greninja swings good with the Spectre, unable to get more than one, does get traded out. But it looks like there's going to be a safe plant coming through thanks to that Sage Wall. Gap with the classic, unable to stop it, does take a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that we're looking at here now is not only is Polar just popping off on Reina, but what we're looking at least is on this eco round is Battalion on the this ecos is Frozen, not Battalion. So Mortal Wombat, when they're playing against this ecos, you want Frozen to be going fast, which just not only gets rid of that gun thing, which is actually when they want to be playing slow, is now they're playing fast. But another big difference that at least that I want to point out with Frozen on this Neon would be how the speed is a double-edged sword because your team can't follow up on how fast Neon is. And it's hard for them to be trading them out. So again, on these slower rounds, they have these good advantages. I would love to see them go slower like they have been going, and now in this round, speed up that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about on last map. Even when Frozen was able to make those impact frags, they weren't able to, have any sort of follow-up because they'd be a one-off frag, a 1v1, a 1v2. But because they have this higher pace, Polar's going with the flashes and is pushing forward. When they get the kills, they're dismissing and just gliding forward, going up at the Neon's pace. But this ult coming out of Greninja's, hopefully for their sake, going to slow down this aggression and redirect it towards other parts of the map, which Polar immediately does, getting that pick through mid, opening up that whole side. Chamber is going to rotate early, but that's where all the players are going, so they might not get the timing on this.
Yeah, and again, Mortal Wombat, they realize, Polar's doing a lot of damage, doing really well. We're having trouble initiating. Let's put Polar on a character that can really just make space, and Reina's doing that. They're taking individual duels. And what a great timing. But they're trying to take these individual duels, and Polar's just isolating every duel and winning every duel. He's showing he's the best mechanical player in the lobby, and there's the Polar diff right there.
A different Polar diff coming out, but Polar showing us once again why they are the best player in the game. Does get traded out by Frog Lover. Frog Lover gets traded out themselves to GLD, keeping them in the round, but with so much time ticked down on the clock, and in a 2v3, it's a lot of ground to cover to get them back into this.
Yeah, and the Greninja being so far away as well. I mean, they might just look to get some exit frags here, realizing that, oh, we probably don't have enough time. Even if GLD would be something like popping knives, obviously they have a gun, probably wouldn't be doing. If Dino has the null command to also just take that away. I mean, I think the biggest thing here is now that Mortal Wombat started to build up some money, and going to be able to really start building that momentum.
And Mortal Wombat starting out slow, but gaining their momentum slowly but surely, and maybe just now shutting down Battalion's momentum from the previous map win. Battalion definitely had a lot of confidence coming out of that, winning that unfavorable matchup. We had them down, or they were down as 5th place in the tournament, but they showed us they have more to show.
Yeah, and another thing I would like to point out would also just be, I mean, Polar, while has been great so far with a 10-5, you can see the at least on the other side from Battalion, again, it's also just done by committee, right? So Polar's looking to just pick off these people one by one, but if Polar dies, what is Mortal Wombat's plan after that? I mean, Polar's been doing great, and he's now just looking to lurk through mid, and has been finding lots of success and creating lots of turmoil through that, but what is the plan for if Polar dies? What is the plan if he gets caught out? And I'm looking for Greninja to stop Polar here in tracks.
But he looks like he might get the timing on them in their own spawn. Does spot out one. Can he get the second? Can he get the conversion? Greninja swings, but Polar goes back. I like this conservation. I like this very careful play, but Moment is in a ratty spot, and nobody has actually cleared out this section of Long. He's just going to get 3 kills left and right. Almost might get a 3rd even. Not able to get his gun out, is able to TP, but ends up getting killed after all, but he's done the impact. He's done what he needed, and it's back to a 3v3, regardless of the lurk and the easy frags that Polar got leading into that.
Yeah, but Polar's taking so much space, and wow, Frozen really turning up right when he needs to, getting those 2 kills. I mean, Polar looking to take that aggressive angle to lurk around, and Frozen just picks it up right there. Really.
Frozen's showing us what they needed to show in the last map for Mortal Wombat to look like they're in it. To have those different looks, to not have it just be Polar top fragging. Going into that round, it was Polar at the top and no one close. Now, Frozen has 8 kills, and it looks like they could have multiple top frags. They could have multiple impact players, and not relying on Polar to get the first blood, to get the opening picks. When you think about teams that, if you could be faced with 2 teams, and one had a star player, but the other had 5 well-rounded players, you would want to go with the 5 well-rounded players because they can play off of each other. They can hold the whole map and not be so dependent on a single spearhead.
Yeah, and I think Frozen really adds that second star that Mortal Wombat needs to carry the past Battalion. I mean, if you look at, it's a totally different side as last time. Battalion wins those 2 pistols and wins that initial buy round, but after that they get ecoed and now have lost multiple rounds in a row. They're really having trouble since that buy round, and it's just been just on that not even a Valorant, a Vandal diff, but just overall a rifle diff that Mortal Wombat has pulled out on this attack side on Battalion. I mean, the biggest thing I'd like to think about is Icebox usually leans more attack-sided, and not only that, but do they have an attack-sided comp on Mortal Wombat's side? I mean, if you get 6 rounds here as Battalion, are you happy? That's what we need to.
It looks like we're losing a little bit of connection here, but that is the question. Sometimes you can have just a round differential. But if you have a good look from the other side, it can completely turn the map around. So Mortal Wombat are trying to solidify this lead that they've been able to put on, not early on, that they've been able to bring up out of the gutters after Battalion took those first couple of rounds. But they're heating up. Can they stay hot? Can they still stay getting these picks? Losing that first contact isn't good. But if they can win this round, they show us that they have more than one look.
Yeah, and Polar, this round is really, this Polar has to do everything. Polar dies first, what's the plan?
This will answer our questions.
Exactly. This is exactly what we were asking a few rounds ago. Oh, Polar dies. What do they have right now? They've slowed down this tempo, and it seems to now looks lost all confidence. And Battalion can. I mean, this is really rough. This is like this is a bonus, an eco round, S type of thing. You have, but like, yeah, and they're just lurking up. They're playing solo. They're going back to the same mistake.
Just a dry peek from Viper through mid. I don't think that's the good look that you want to be doing when you lose your primary duelist. You should be playing off your initiator, off your KO, or off your neon. The lurk is good, but the dry peek lurk, the just
Too
walking
early.
into someone else's crosshair.
It's way too early. They haven't like put any pressure on any other type of the map for them to look. They're just holding these angles, and Viper walks into it. Now they're rotating back into this B site, and Battalion doing their okay, let's play back, and we can just play retake as we take long range duels because we have.
Moment tries to stop it, but doesn't have the right gun to spam through this wall, so they are able to get the plant down just barely. I don't know if that was such a good gamble play given the setup, but it's all right. They still have 5 players. They can still do a full retake like you were talking about, which is what they're setting up to do right now. They have KO clearing the flank. Sage is watching it, but she looks away at the wrong time, so he's probably going to get the timing coming in here right as they're pushing on the other side. It's a perfect pinch. And so it's only a matter of time before they close in unless the frags go Mortal Wombat's way.
Yeah, and
Polar gets the opening pick, Frozen, then Moment, and then Frozen, and then Moment! And it's over just like that. They have the numbers advantage. Battalion do take the round.
Yeah, and again, Polar dead, nothing happens. And the biggest thing I'd like to put out there is, this actually, I don't know if it's the biggest thing I'd like to point out. And I might be ragging on Frozen here too much, but have you seen Frozen use the Neon Ultimate since, like, combined maps?
You know what? I can't think. I don't think I have. And if they have used it, it must have been shut down immediately. We haven't seen any multi-frags, any like strong Neon Palpatine opening picks.
I haven't heard like let's go like on the Neon at all. And I don't know if I'm crazy or if I have like a massive headache and can't tell, but like
I think if there was one, it was shut down immediately because we haven't seen that in action.
I have not seen the Neon ult yet, and I don't know. I mean, again, it looks like
having more impact this map though. I want to point out.
Yeah, the gunplay looks a lot better, and I think that's just how Icebox plays, is where the better mechanics are really shown. The utility, at least splitting off angles, is the most important. But I haven't like seen, again, it looks like Frozen doesn't play Neon that much just because the utility hasn't been used. Right? When you think about it, like, yes, they're playing Valorant really well, and their mechanics are good, but from the ability standpoint, what has Neon done different than something with no ability? Well,
exactly. Why are you playing Neon over Phoenix?
Yeah. Exactly.
Not that Phoenix is a more viable pick, but for example,
if you're playing like this, I mean, you get the flashes, right? So like, why not play something like that? And Jillian now holding it, and it catches the operator thing, and Polar again dies. Maybe even like cooling down rather. And is this a good position that they want to be without Polar? That's the big thing. And
they are able to get the Viper's pick down.
They do not know where the bomb is.
There's no intel coming through, but Battalion are once again in a 5-man retake, but Frozen comes a big... Polar tries to go for the flash, but Frozen's holding the angle, and Frozen has set themselves up for a 4K on the round. Just need to swing, and providing value through the gunplay, if not through the abilities. They are using the abilities. We're just not quite seeing those come through. But the frags are coming through. We did see the fast lane
when they planted, and
they do come through, and they are 14-7. They're 2-1 on their KD right now, so they are turning up for Mortal Wombat when they need to, and maybe they're tired of a little bit of the caster curse, a little bit of the trash talk, and ready to show us. I'm hoping this isn't a situation like last game where we're like, oh, thank God, finally. Frozen has turned up, and then immediately Frozen was done for the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They are. It just feels like the frags has backtrack. Except for that round. That round was really, really good. Frozen took a lot of isolated duels, and it went really, really well. I thought that's exactly what they wanted to do.
The crowd speak.
Yeah. Oh, and it works to get Polar here. And let's see. Okay, this is the first time Polar last time died first. It didn't work out so well, but Polar died second that last round. And they won it with the Viper ult. So let's see. Is it more of a flukiness because they have the Viper ult? Or can they take this aggressive space? Is Frozen going to be able to pick up that slack?
And keep in mind, this is against an eco. That was a Marshall that got that pick, a Chamber Headhunter that got the second pick, and now they have all this map control. They've taken all the way down B long, they've taken all the way down mid. The map's almost flipped. They only have one person playing the defensive side, and they're able to get the pick and get the spike down. So now it's left to Frozen to show up again, or for KO to do something extremely impactful on this map. I want to see Navino turn up here.
Yeah, and the problem is that they're just going to play around Spike, right? Unless they give these kills to Frozen, and Frozen will take advantage of the kills that are given, unless...
Not that one.
Caster curse that. But, I mean, they're just going to play around these. Navino probably should save the gun here, but they do have a lot of money, so any money taken out of Italian's hands is good money.
GLG just held in the frag, looking to get a free pick.
Okay.
It's a good effort. If they were to flee from it, they would get that pick before they ended up dying, but it doesn't quite get the timing on that. And a really good eco from Battalion, showing that Mortal Wombat didn't have another look to give against an eco when they lost that opening duel.
That's 3 ecos won right now. So 1 Mortal Wombat eco on the round 5, and then the last 2 rounds that Battalion has won have been ecos. And that's where Polar has died first to GLD, either with the knives or with the Marshall. So, I mean, the biggest thing is how can we put Polar in position to frag and not make him just dry entry for things. So, now what are we looking at? What we're looking at is this is the last round. Everything's on the table. Frozen going to use the Neon ult. That's a good question. But does get the first pick on the chamber with the... What is it?
Yeah, a good back and forth and a good way to shut down that tour de force. Just making sure they didn't have a nice easy shot to shut down that B entry. And now Battalion are finally forced to do a man down retake. They've had man up retakes time after time again. Question is, can they do it in a man down? Or, yeah, they can't get that res. There's no way they get that res off, but maybe they can get a res if someone dies in a good position.
Yeah, I was thinking if they see the body TPs, because I've seen that happen before. If the body TPs, oh, that is too fun.
Oh.
But, I mean,
Polar just uses too many bullets on the wall.
Yeah. And I mean, the Viper Wall really do... I want to see what exactly... I mean, Polar doesn't have to do much here on the Reyna. And I'm wondering... I mean, is Battalion happy with 5 here?
I don't know that they're happy, but we could see the rest of Mortal Wombat turning up a little bit. Polar's the only one to survive, but it's not because they were fragging out that round. They actually had some frags spread around the board, which is exactly what we wanted to see.
Great.
You what?
I mean, Polar didn't get a kill on Mortal Wombat that round, and they won it very convincingly, which is a great sign. I think the biggest thing now we look into is, okay, now that you're on defense, how are you using 2 duelists? And I mean, I haven't seen a team take aggressive space on defense yet. Like controlled aggressive space, take map control, and I want to see now with this Neon, with this Reyna, are they going to be taking aggressive?
Yeah, and we're going to definitely see Moment on the chamber going for these early peaks, but on offense might not be able to have the same impact. Moment did so much for them on defense, getting in good positioning, holding down those angles. The Polar gets caught out with just their feet. They kind of put themselves in a one-way, and now the aggression is coming in B-long with 1 lurk through mid. Battalion have set themselves up to get, the round on the board that they needed. That 5 might have been enough.
Yeah, and again, winning both pistols really puts you in a great position because you're +4, right? Got it. They faked the plant, they baited out, and this pistols looked really, really good. I mean, you have to think, okay, they're picking Icebox, right? And what do they have prepared for Icebox? It is probably a lot of these attack strats based on around their comp, right? Like, it's run really cut and dry, it's very neat. I'm wondering, okay, well, again, how's Frozen and Nico supposed to get back into it? And there, again, Frozen's aim is very, very good, and it's showing off right there.
It's good, but they don't have a lot of time left on the clock, and they haven't gotten the spike halfway, and they're just able to get the kills. Battalion bringing themselves back in the game. Their offensive side might be what they need to show us that they are the team from map 1 still, regardless of how the first half went.
Yeah, and again, the brains and brawn. I was just talking about a map 1 moment. It really has that mechanical skill that rivals Polar and Frozen. GLD again adding into that as well. But Greninja is the thinker on that team. Knowing the rest of that team, I'm surprised they have 1 thinker, but Greninja is that 1 thinker. And I'm now thinking about, okay, now 7-7, excusing some crazy eco round with Shorty. But
Yeah.
I want to see,
Oh,
okay, how much
no.
damage are they going to do here? With these Shorties, how much damage are you going to be doing? They have 2 Shorties, 1 on each site. How do they clear this out? They're going to play very, very ratty, very marsupial-like, which, and Moment should die here.
Yeah, I think that we're going to be able to get the timing. Is able to get it, gets a free pick. Isn't able to pick up the gun quite, so they're not able to capitalize anymore. But that is huge damage coming into this round. That is basically unwinnable when you're up against such a big gun diff. GLD with the Phantom is able to trade it out and make things even. But the kills are going Battalion's way. Polar just walks up behind him with the Shorty.
That's a Polar diff.
That is the Polar diff if we've ever seen it.
I was just disappointed there was no knife there. But, I mean, again, they're doing lots of damage on this eco. Everybody has to buy... Everybody on the side of Battalion is going to have to buy armor. And
Gets another!
So many kills with these Shorties. That's 3 now. Really showing the 150 was worth it. And, yeah, I mean, tied 7-7, but a good, really, really good eco round from Mortal Kombat.
That's the biggest Shorty round I've seen in any of the games I've casted, and maybe in this tournament. 3 kills with the Shorty is pretty rare to see, so I for a second I was scared that the Shorty buy was going to win them the whole round. Yeah. But thankfully, they are able to shut it down. Battalion still has the reins on this game. Their buy isn't as good coming into this, but it's not looking bad per se. They have stuff to work with. They have the tools. The question is, are they going to play that smarter Valorant?
Yeah, and I mean, what we're looking forward to, again, this is like that, at least that eco on the bonus, rather, on that side of Battalion. I'm looking to see, and yeah, Polar getting that kill on Greninja, great start.
Another first blood for Polar.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been very double-edged sword when you think about it, right? Because Polar is either dying first or getting that first kill, and that really, and Mortal Kombat live and die by that is kind of.
But Moment is able to trade it out with that one pick. And that kind of opens up space for them to get onto site. There are flanks coming through those, so they're going to have to be fast on this execute if they want to have a chance, though. Moment is watching the flank. Do they find the timing on Viper, though? How patient is Moment as they're able to get this plant down? No, they're not able to. Frag Lover gets that space. Navino gets the other side, and now it's all left up to the other Polar to clutch this time.
Oh, what a shot!
Like a great headshot! Almost lands another, but the molly is too much. And with just 2 people alive, Mortal Wombat finally get another one on this board, and their first one for the half.
Yeah, and I mean the biggest thing, again, is what we're looking at is when they converted well on these bonuses, but those are 3 great kills, right? How you're talking about, the Shorties did a lot of damage to the economy on the side of Valorant, or on the side of Battalion. Battalion then now did 3 kills of damage back to the side of Mortal Wombat. So now going into this gun round, I mean, Battalion should have a bit of an advantage with money, I think, but actually, do they? I don't think they did.
It's pretty close, actually, except there's no buy coming through from Battalion.
So to look at the save here, I mean, this should be a swing round. I mean, the ecos have looked great from them, but I want to see how they look to take this space on the attack with the eco, right? On the defense, they have to play into you. They have to make. But how is Battalion gonna make space with no guns? I haven't seen that yet. And again, taking this map control with utility is gonna be super hard. But again,
it's Moment with the headhunter.
Yeah, and Moment getting that first pick on Navino is really, really. And letting him be a lot more free reigned because he isn't gonna be forced to TP out and put away his headhunter because they have no kill.
And a buy round is never a buy round when you have a chamber on your side. Frog Lover is able to get the lurker, which also happens to be the spike. So now they have control over the round, and it's just falling to shambles from Battalion. Gap can't get the right click to land, forced to go into a right click battle with Frozen as well. And now they're just totally trapped on a site. Spike not in their control. Just hoping to get a pick here if I was them.
Yeah, I mean,
anything.
Damage here. I mean, I don't know what Gap's shooting at, but I mean, let's see.
Just pretty firing.
Marshall's looking to pick up this gun, this bomb at least. They like totally just forgot about looking at the bomb, unless Frog Lever. Oh, and gets the. I mean, the Marshall is such a good gun, even without being scoped in. Honestly, might need a nerf, but I mean, Polar again getting that kill there, and even losing that first pick in that ego round, they get out pretty safe. And now I think we'll go into our first gun v gun round of the half. And this is a really, really big one for Battalion, because if without this they go into another eco, they'll be down 10. If you lose that eco, down to 11. It's looking rough if they don't pull out the game.
No, they're not having the firing power that they brought into the previous game. You look at their kills, and it's like even though they have good KDs, it's like 14-7 compared to 20 kills on the other side, or 18 or 19. Mortal Wombat has just really shown up for on their frags. They're not having it's not polar go kill. That's not the only strat being brought into this game.
Yeah, and that's been great for Mortal Wombat. I think the biggest thing is just like they've now been able to do so much of that. But Moment TP's back into spawn, which is a bit of like a cheeky thing to catch any lurkers. Maybe gonna catch this Viper here. This free Moment. Oh, Moment trying to get, yeah, and Moment does catch the Viper on that lurk. But now Frozen is gonna have to figure out if they can re-entry into this Viper roll, and still has not used that Neon ult the whole game. And Polar without a great pick.
Polar aim looking crispy, but left in a 1v3 again. The trades have all gone the other way except for them.
This again.
Except for them, but there's post-plant utility coming through. They just need to play time.
There's no shot, right? Oh,
No, there's no shot.
that was close. I'm gonna be honest.
Don't get too excited. They need to shut this down. They had the 3v1. If Polar wins that 1v3 there, that can give them the confidence to take the map. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean the biggest thing here is now I believe Mortal Wombat has enough money to buy up, but if they don't eco, I think they're actually now on an eco or even like a half buy. And now this again it gets close, really close again. If they win this, or if Battalion wins this round, gets it to 99, get it 9-9. You can see both KOs. So one big interesting thing, at least, is both KOs are definitely on the bottom of the leaderboard, having like 7 combined kills. Doing a lot. They're being very big team players, and yeah, and that's like one big. I mean, that's a really cool thing to point out because a lot of times you see it KOs. Sometimes you can be self-fraggers, but on this team, at least both KOs have been a bit more passive, more setting everything.
That's something that. Sorry, you can finish what you're saying real quick.
I was going to say, one other thing was just, you can see Moment taking this map control on B site, and also Polar looking out through mid. But GLD really opening it up.
Yeah, opening it up super quick, getting onto site, but it's not thanks to their KO, who I believe is waiting in the back, helping watch the flank a little bit maybe. That's the thing I've noticed. Moment doesn't get the timing on that one. That's the thing that you notice in these lower elo matches though. KO can be so powerful. Polar gets another. KO can be so powerful, but he's hard to capitalize on if your team doesn't have perfect coordination off of those. Ooh, nice shot from Greninja. If your team doesn't capitalize on all of those flashes and somehow back and forth through the commentary, through the trades, Battalion do get another round and bring it back 9-9. But KO just really needs your whole team to be coordinated and be like, all right, we're flashing out of the smoke. Or I'm doing the suppression, and that suppression only lasts for like 8 to 10 seconds. So you need to have perfect coordination for that to have impact, especially on attack.
Yeah, and I mean the biggest thing you can point out is if like on the scoreboard you can see the like at least on Battalion side their top 3 fraggers all have 17 kills. It's definitely a by committee. Whereas when you look at Mortal Wombat, their top 2 fraggers have 20 kills, and I think they go like 14-7. So I mean it's very much like skewed in the Mortal Wombat side. Whereas when you go towards what Battalion is doing, Battalion is a lot more again team play oriented, and I really do like that they're doing that. But again, here Frog Lover on this, is it an eco? Are they going on another eco again?
It is on another eco. Sheriffs and Shorties out, but Moment is able to shut that down right away. Yeah. Are they still going to walk into the Shorties on A site? Viper's lurking in her orb, but it looks like Mortal Wombat have trying to take the space in mid if they can and punish that. But Polar's in a great position, able to shut that down immediately, and their buy round here is looking like it might just easily translate. Frozen does land the classic shots, but it is a 4v2, so even if they pick up these guns, it will be a big hurdle to jump to get them into this round. But for an eco, they got 1 pick. You can give them that. Let's hope they can get 1 more if they want to have real impact here.
Yeah, and I mean, this 9-9 probably looking like a 10-9 in favor of Battalion. Frozen now picking up the gun gap. Again, how we were talking about how Battalion needed to win that last round, which they did with the chamber to the 4. I mean, that's the
Tour
second
de
pick there.
force.
Tour de force.
Doesn't land the shots there, but
Oh,
Navino
that
is
was a
able to get
2v2.
one.
I mean, it's a 2v2 now on this eco though. You have Frozen on the flank with the Vandal, and I mean, it still is in the post plant. It's gonna take a while. Oh, he took spot shield.
No, it's taking
Still
just
in
too
Gilded
long,
up
and they're
spot.
looking the other way.
Oh, yeah, and there it is. But I mean, a lot of damage on this eco, and I think this next round is so important because you think. I mean, obviously every round at the point's important, close. But I mean, Mortal Wombat have to win this next round. This is their bye. If they don't win here, they get down to an 11-9 deficit. They have to go on an eco, and they're on one last life, right? So when you think about it, this round, very similar to how Battalion, when they were down 7-9, had to win that. This is very similar, where they're going to have to win this round, or they're going to put in a really, really tough position with no second.
And this is the full buy coming out from both sides. There's Phantoms and Vandals, full shields. Both teams. Battalion's economy is slightly better, but both teams don't have perfect economy. This is the round that it's really going to come down to, and Froglover's going to drop the ult right away onto A site to deny that entry and just play it into that. They've been so nasty playing in their Viper utility, just lurking with the shotguns, getting everyone low on their health, and combine that with any amount of molly, and you're getting crazy chip damage. But it looked like Battalion still want to aggress this, maybe because they expect Mortal Wombat not to be playing as heavily here if they're investing in that sort of strong utility.
Yeah, and I mean, another big thing that I like to point out is that they're looking at just default, right? They have a lot of people on A holding this Viper utility to see if they're going to push, but they're playing slow, playing for the enemy team to make a mistake. Because this is their the enemy team's they could be getting antsy. And another big thing is with this Viper ult, they're pushing a Battalion towards Polar. And Moment and Polar, this has been this duel that has happened a lot. And I mean, this is exactly what you want to be doing. And Polar probably should root red. Yeah, and there's the kill. But then there, both KOs traded immediately, how we talked about. Oh, and it went by him. Oh, and that's so...
Moment is too far forward and gets another free pick. GLD's going to swing on Nitros in the middle, but doesn't get the timing. Nitros does get that one kill, which opens it up for the round, back into a 3v3, and brings the res online. They're probably going to try and go up to heaven and get that res if they can to get the numbers advantage. But
does I think that, and I don't know if this is for sure, but I think Gap also has the res, who is now lurking. If you look back onto the Gap, the Sage on Battalion side is also totally behind the enemy team. Oh, what? What was that?
The res baits out the spam fire, and in return, you just fire right back to where...
way too long.
Yeah, they baited out the spam fire, and they got the kills on site, and now it's left to Gap, who's been flanking this entire time. They have to come up big. They get one, aren't able to land at the second, but does see Sage's ponytail. Just needs to play time, and they've done enough. They got them off the spike.
Wow. Oh my, Gap played that great.
Gap gets a third.
Wow,
and clutches it out to an 11-9.
Yeah, and I mean that's gotta be a heartbreaker. Gap, I haven't seen Gap do that all game. The Sage hasn't lurked. Had they set that up through the Viper pit, like when they're showing that presence on A initially, and then rotated to B. Gap had lurked his way all the way up through their side and just all the way back up through that kitchen area. And because they have no Sentinel, those flanks are so dangerous. You know what I mean? Like, they have those two duelists with the Rain and the Neon, but their Sentinel is Sage, and the Sage on this map usually is going to be committing their Sage wall towards tube, especially if they don't have a chamber. So it's really, really hard to cast those flanks on Icebox. And that showed why you need those Sentinels and why they should buff them.
You can really start to feel, like you're saying, this offensive heavy Mortal Wombat composition. Froglever's lurking in the smoke again and gets one for it, but the kills have all gone Mortal Wombat's way, and so quickly it's all left up to Jet out of nowhere. Mortal Wombat shutting this round down before it even began. There's no way this res comes off. GLD is going to have to come up big, but can't win all the duels at once. Frozen OW with 3 kills on the round, bringing them back in it, where it looked like it could have been a runaway right there.
And I mean, that eco is so important there. I mean, it wasn't like a full eco. It was like a half eye with that judge. But that judge, I mean, they have to go. They have to check this Viper roll now, right? Like, they've done that like 8 times. They have to. You have to realize, hey, Viper, let's wait for the Viper roll to go down and then shoot it. But I mean, there's a lot of ults coming up. There's lots of ults on both teams. You have both. The Jet ult and the Duelist ults on the side of Mortal Wombat, even though Frozen hasn't used the Neon ult. And then the other ultimates on the board are KO and the KO ultimate, and then also the Res and the Chamber ultimate. So I mean, there's lots of ultimates coming up, that especially for an eco. Battalion will be set up for their eco really, really well. Whereas you could really see ultimates used in the retake for side.
Yeah, and Battalion are playing it slowly because of that, hoping they can get an easy punish. They have Sage lurking all the way up in A lobby just to try and punish any aggression because they don't have the gun advantage coming into this one. Playing slow, their default, like you said, like they've been doing. And this has paid off a couple times. They get that early pick, they draw a couple of rotations, and it just works out. Navino going to clear that left side? Does not. If they do push here, there's going to be a big punish. But instead, the attackers are pushing onto B, and they've fallen back a little bit. They've given them the space. I don't know that Battalion know this. If they do, they can just immediately get on site. Oh, and they pull back at the last second because Sage is feeding them the intel.
Yeah. I mean, can they get back there in time? And they immediately turn back. They're like, oh, they're not committing. It's 30 seconds left. Everybody hold your positions. And they see... Oh, do they see gap? Did Navino see gap?
They don't see gap.
It didn't look like it. And... I mean, they're just usually just showing presence here, right? They're like, oh, they're in yellow, and they're giving them a lot of this false util, and they're like, wait a second, they have a bunch of people on A. Oh, in the gun, are they gonna get this plant off? No, they're probably not.
No, they're not. Frog Lover's blocking the spike. And now Greninja can't get to the spike in time, especially vulnerable. Doesn't get it, and they've done enough to stop the round. That one impact kill in the middle of the round, stopping the plant at just 14 seconds left. There was nothing left for them to do. And now Moment has to save coming into this almost the last round, 11-11. It's become such a close game out of nowhere, and it's frozen with another timeout.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing now we're looking into is that 11-11, they should both have a buy-ish. I know Polar isn't going to be able to buy here, but, I mean, the biggest thing is, okay, with all this util, or not util, with all these ops for ecos, such as the Jet ult, such as the Res, how are they going to be able to play into this? And then I think what Mortal Kombat was trying to do last round was play towards that lead, right? They're playing super slow. They're making the enemy team make a decision, and then looking to play retake with the KO, with the ult. So, I mean, it's going to be really, really tough when Chamber Jet pull out those ultimates, and then KO ults as well, because that's just a direct counter. Battalion are in a tough spot here.
Battalion are in a tough spot, and they've looked so poised to... when they took the previous map and they came in with their momentum there, to when they started to retake back on this attacking half, they've looked poised to take it, just to run with it. But they've just fumbled a couple times. Like, these impact frags coming out from Frozen on top of what Polar's been doing have been enough to keep them in the game and to completely mess up our observer feed. But they've been enough to keep them in the game, and it's been refreshing to see. It's not a runaway map. Looks like we're back in right as the round is starting.
Yeah, and I mean, they're gonna use both these ultimates. I mean, they want to.
I would be surprised if an ult doesn't come out here to secure the round.
Oh, if Navino got picked there, that would have been a big deal. I mean, Navino's gonna
down to
the
6
wall.
HP.
Down to 6 HP. I mean, you can use the KO ult at 6 HP and then get res back up to 100. So I definitely can see that happening as well. But here's a faster take on this site. I think this plays a lot towards what they want to be doing. Here comes the KO ult. Exactly what we were going to be saying. They're playing now with this retake with the KO ultimate, which is really, really tough. But they do have the bomb down, and they realize that Polar is also on the bomb, and Gap dies as well. Oh, Polar gets.
Polar gets a pick when he needs it the most, but the other Polar gets the other pick, and the trades are going Mortal Wombat's way. It's all left up to Moment to do a hero play, but it's going to be a massive hero play. Misses the first shot onto Polar, and it's just closed out, brought to 11-12 for Mortal Wombat. They might bring this to a map 3.
Yeah, this series has been so close. I mean, there goes the KO ult, though. You have 4 ultimates now on the side of Battalion. You got to be thinking, okay, now it's time. The KO can't cancel our ultimates. Even if we can't buy here, we have these ultimates that we can use. They do have most of their guns, if not all. But I didn't. They need to click Q. I think it's not even Q in this game. But
when they went fast there, the round didn't end up working out. When they go default, sometimes they don't end up with enough time, and they don't draw the rotations that they need. What can they do here, really?
I mean, the biggest thing that I would recommend, at least for them, is like with that fast round, it looked okay. But the problem was they were all in one part of the map, right? So the map control that they had was all only on A site, and they could easily just play for retake. They need to be sending somebody like Greninja on a lurk, or Gap on a lurk, something similar, right? But they had a really, really good. Again, that's a really, really good first pick. Polar dies, and this is exactly where you want to be. Greninja finding those 2 picks is massive. Really, really coming out clutch here.
And your win condition on Battalion is, well, first get Polar out. And now you just have to deal with the Neon.
Yeah, but you're splitting up the team super well, right? So they're not taking like a 5v5 anymore. They're taking these things, and wow, what a pick by Moment there. Really setting up this to go into OT. They're realizing, oh, well, everything is reset after this round anyways. And now 3v1, Frozen's gonna have a really tough job, and it looks like OT is in the books.
They still have 3 more ults to bring online. They bring one of them online. Jet goes for the knives. Not able to line it up, but Gap closes it out. Moment not able to be sort of the runaway impact fragger for Battalion because they're all fragging. But Moment just coming up big. Well, Polar's providing support in other ways. I'm sure they're great for the team's mental.
Yeah, honestly, Polar brings the sandwich.
Brings the heart to the team.
Yeah, he's the blood.
But because, like I was saying, because they're all providing such frags, Moment's playing amazing, but they don't even look like a standout player because they're all leading the charge.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to now. It's a 1-by-2 scenario. You put switch these teams back. Italian goes back on this defense. These double duelists, and it's back on this attack. Frozen and Polar really have been these have been sending it home, and it really, I feel like, again, this first blood, this GLD versus Polar engage in mid has been so important on first of the attack, and they decide to drop. I mean, Gap. Ooh.
Might have seen his elbow, so Gap's gonna wall this off if there's any more contact, but they're gonna need to do it soon before Polar gets any further forward. He doesn't quite do it!
Why did he just fall at the beginning?
But Polar getting that opening pick is Mortal Wombat's win condition. It has been for these rounds. Even if he's not the top frag, Polar is the impact fragger. Polar is the opener of these rounds. And now down 4-5, Battalion are going to have to really play as a team and get these trades to make it count.
Yeah, I mean, they've really slowed it down after that first frag. They're making this enemy team thing. They're making them sweat, and they're really going on to A really quick. I don't know if they're going to play a retake. They have to be aware of this Reyna, who is in a really hard position to flush out, right? So if they flush out this Reyna, they're going to be in a great spot, but can they flush out this Reyna? And yes, they do.
And they get it.
So here's
the Polar diff comes through on the other side, finally.
When it's
Polar
needed.
comes up big.
Yeah, and Polar on the side of Battalion has found some actually really good frags recently. You go into that round and they lost, but he found good frags. Polar now finds those 2 frags. He's coming online, and it really matters. And again, how you talk about everybody is kind of like a pro, but Polar, and they'll line up. And now Navina, both the KOs are just turning up in when it matters in GLD as well. I mean, it comes down to this 2v1, and GLD.
But GLD's low. And I like that they're playing off of that Moment's going for the contact because they have more health and they're able to do it, bringing them to overtime. Woo! Round 25 secured for Battalion, 13 on the board for them, and it goes to round 26.
I don't know if my heart can do this or my head, but I mean, the biggest thing is Polar finds that impact frag and they still don't win because they take so long to capitalize, right? They're making them sweat, but also they're eliminating their options, right? So even if they're like, oh, we haven't seen them in 30 seconds, well, they have to commit once we see them so we can all rotate. And then they flush out Polar. They get a timing, but Polar kills Polar. Polar on the side of Battalion really turned up, gets 2 kills. Even though Navino then traded it out. I mean, the KOs are turning up when it matters most. Maybe they're just clutch time players.
Well, I was going to say, it's not that KO Polar hasn't been contributing at all. He gets the wall off that time. It's not that the KO Polar hasn't been contributing, but when your whole team has 20 kills going into overtime, they're just getting the kills first. And you do want to see that KO initiating and getting the frag, so there is something to be said there, but Polar gets the opening pick again. But it's just that when your whole team is fragging out in their defense, it can be hard to also contribute to that.
Yeah, and I mean, it really, the momentum feels like it's so swingy right now. I have no idea.
And it was a 4v. But Polar gets in there. I was going to say it was a 4v5 in the previous round, and Battalion was able to take it. But Polar getting that second opening blood, the second blood, is huge. Now bringing them now to a 5v3. Polar equalizing it to a 3v4. This is what they need. We need to get another pick. The 3v3 is exactly where they want to be. And now they just need to win this gunfight right here. Polar has his knife out at the worst time.
At least it was a good trade. So there's very similar. They both have the Vipers up, and they both have their duelist. And the Viper on the oh my, and the
But they're up
Frog
against
Lover on the
Frozen.
flank.
Frozen's the top frag. This is the one that Mortal Wombat wants on site. He's the one who's going to be clicking their heads because GLD's looking the wrong way. And now with a 1v2, Frog Lover has to clutch
Yeah,
this
but
out perfectly.
Greninja's been great as well. If you think about it, he's also their top fragger. Oh. And wow, and again, 13-13 comes down to that clutch, that really late flank, and I mean, IGL versus IGL, Viper versus Viper, and Frog Lover Gabe comes out on top. This
It can't
cannot
get
be
any closer. And now coming into this round, I was gonna say starting the last overtime, purely looking at the scoreboard, that Battalion looked favored to win this. They look like they're playing more as a team. They look like they're having more of those overall kills, but it doesn't matter. Polar and Frozen have 28 kills each. They are both at nearly 12. Like, they're both at nearly 30 kills both. Those are crazy numbers. I know we're in double overtime, but those are still great numbers.
Yeah, but I mean, this is exactly what you want to be seeing, right? So now, like, it feels like in this overtime, now they're starting to get the fundamentals. Not only are getting, like, better, but worse. And let me explain what I mean by that is that Mortal Wombat, they're peeking off their flashes, but they're playing slower. And again, then they peek off their flash like they're supposed to be doing, but then they don't. Look and take that 1v1 duel in mid. It's like they know what they're supposed to be doing, but they're second guessing themselves. And a moment on this yellow, I want to see what moment against this B split up through this tube. And again, they forget to wall tube. There's no chamber trip there, and Polar is now just getting free reign of.
Yeah, Polar really taking advantage of that. Moment has been the impact fragger and does open it up again, getting 2 kills. Huge for the round. Takes out Frozen OW. And Polar's able to trade it out and prevent the easy escape. But now with the spike down, it's looking bad for Mortal Wombat. They're going to have to recover the spike here. Luckily, it's not being watched too quickly. But they're going to have to recover the spike and get on the site. But Polar gets the timing once again. This man cannot stop getting timings. Now it's a 3v3.
They need to put something in kitchen. Like, I feel like this is like icebox basics. Is you put something in kitchen, and the Polars are gonna. Oh.
3 on the round.
And Greninja looking the opposite way. I mean, they're gonna get timings as well from behind. From this KO and this KO, you can just turn around and. Yeah. I mean, maybe Polar clutches out on this KO, but at 30 HP, it's gonna be a tall task against Arena.
At 30 HP, I would not be a betting man, but I want to see it happen. There's just too much indecision happening here. This is what we were talking about. The difference in these rounds isn't necessarily the pure aim. Both of these teams are at pretty similar skill levels, but it's the indecision. Because Polar's taking so long to clear it. Like he has to clear all these angles. He has no information, but because that every angle needs to be cleared and every flash thrown, every util done, there's just no time even if you get the frags, and the kill goes Nissa's way. And Mortal Wombat have to step up in this double overtime.
Yeah, I mean, what a match so far. I mean, Polar now up to 31 kills, and I mean, you can see Polar now putting in that impact. He was at 3 kills going into like the last few rounds, and now he's back up to 12. He really feels like he's warming up, which is weird to say now that we're basically 2 maps in. And the Vino as well has really turned on the gas. I think what the difference maker is going to be is like how well do the top fraggers stay sustaining what they're doing, but also the people on the bottom, how well can they fill in the gaps on the top.
And how well can they do when they're in that man down position? Because he's open, he picks up and going left and right every round. It really feels like it completely changes the dynamic as it rightfully should when you take out someone's top frag or when you take out their initiator. And so I'm interested to see who can just get the lined up first. Polar does have a deep position, but he does have spike too.
And again, they're doing this like 4-1 split where Moment is like looking to hold off this flank and looking to catch any lurkers, right? But he isn't like holding the flank like lurker wise. He's just like walking into the other site. He's not holding like where the enemy team would cross. So they break this trademark mid, and Moment hasn't been able to get a good timing on the Vino, and then Polar has rotated onto the side. They can't rotate because Moment doesn't have mid, and I think that's going to be their downfall in this map, and especially on this point now. 5v.
And 2 picks going Mortal Wombat's way. It's not looking good for Battalion, and they don't have much time, and they don't have much map control.
And that's a super important pick right there.
Greninja does take down Frog Lover, so they can get onto site. They don't have to worry about that utility.
Look at the flank on the Vino. Look at the Vino flank. Oh, and they cut out with the knives out.
He gets the gun out.
Oh.
GLD shuts it down before it gets too catastrophic. But now with 20 seconds left on the clock, they're going to have to go for the plant right away.
Still on A?
I don't know, but it opened it up for a 2v1 on the entry. If he spams right here, he could shut it down.
Oh, look at the plant
The
off.
spike goes
Oh, he's
down.
not gonna expect Ninja to be deep. Oh my, there's no shot.
Down the
right?
1v1, the
No,
Viper
there's
pick
no
goes
shot.
out.
That's crazy.
Just barely misses on the timing.
No shot.
The barrel
This is
doesn't show.
crazy. This is crazy. I think it's another 1v1. I don't need this in my life.
Frozen's going for the shock to stun Greninja up, but barely misses. Just needs to play
and a
time,
little
waiting for the
sliver.
tap onto the spike. Does tap it, but he's looking. He's cautious. Questions, is he going to get the time? He goes for another tap. I think he can hear him walking around, and now that's a tap that's going to come through, and he keeps them in the game. Greninja with a 4K, pulling out the heroics for Battalion.
And we're gonna go to triple overtime. I mean, this is.
I don't think my neighbors can take much more of this.
My internet can't take much more of this. We go to a third map. I might DC halfway through. Oh.
But Greninja being the star fragger when Moment cannot, and that Viper's Pit doing so much work for him there, providing so much coverage. And we go, like you said, into the triple overtime. Where's it gonna go from here? Where can it go from here?
I mean, it's all down to individual decisions. I could go on and on about how the macro is like, oh, you're looking to just get these kills, but again, now Moment taking damage from Polar, again, Polar looking to get that first heal, getting healed up, but they finally put the chamber trip in kitchen. We're learning, guys. I mean, they exchange heals, and Polar's gonna get found out now that they're in kitchen this time. Bought the chamber trip there. And Polar, what an opening pick right there. And that's the opposite Polar of what we're expecting to get the opening pick. They're really encapsulating them. There's nobody on B, and they're kind of surrounding the Mortal Wombats team. And, like, the map control-wise, Battalion is really doing, like, a fundamental masterclass of holding these angles and not overstepping. They're using utility to stop the enemy team from getting on to what they need to be getting on. And even though Easel is accidentally muted right now, I think one really big thing is that's also going on. I mean, like, it's just like they're playing it slow, which is really good. They're in this man advantage, and they're not trying to push tempo. And Polar then kind of oversteps there after getting that pick to equalize.
Yeah, exactly. I was just talking about they're returning to what works for them, and they do get one pick traded out there, but they're able to shut it down before it can get too catastrophic. And now in a 4v3, they have the favorable retake. They just need to win the duels and get onto site.
And there's Navino. I mean,
gets
Navino and Polar both are turning up right here at the end. They're killing the people that need to be killed. They have the opening pick. They just equalizer. And again, now it's a 3v3 retake. And we just saw how well this went for Battalion. And let's see how it works with Frozen still on the board for the moment. And now it's 3v1. And now it's 3v-none. Okay.
And just like that, the kills go Mortal Wombat's way, and they're up again in the overtime advantage. Such a close game, and Battalion are just crawling their way to keep them in this. Neither team wants to let this go to a map 3. Or, I mean, you know what I mean. Obviously, Mortal Wombat want this to go to a map 3, but they want to win it here. They want to shut down Battalion's mental. They want to completely obliterate. This is all they're giving, all they can do, because they have to win this or that's it. They're out of the tournament.
Now, the one thing I'm waiting for on the defense, again, and this is what I've been waiting for now for the last 2 games, that was the third map. When is an aggressive play happening on defense, right? Or when are we just playing the trading game? Because that's what it's been a lot of on Icebox, but when is the defense gonna dial up an aggressive attack and look to like kind of gamble it all? They're up 1, now could be the time, and I mean, what's there to lose? You know what I mean? Polar's planting this planting, and now it's gonna be a 5v5 retake. Oh, 4v5
We've seen this in the past, but Navino gets the opening pick and the second opening pick. KO turning up big. GLD does shut it down.
3. Oh,
Huge from GLD with the knives popped.
oh.
Doesn't land the knives.
Oh, wow. And I mean, clutch as you can be. I mean, yeah. I mean, oh wow. And Nicho's grabbed 2. Wait.
And now it's a 1v1, but I don't think there's time left on the clock for the defuse.
Moment is so low. No, they have the wall.
Surely there's not time. No, he can just run up here, just fires a bullet, tries to get them off. Pros don't fake, but Moment
OT
shuts it down
number
just
4?
in case he
This
tried.
is OT number 4?
OT number 4 on the round. 15-15. We are on round 31. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Counter-Strike global offense. We are seeing the whole pool, every single round that you would get in that other game. It can't go. Valorant games aren't meant to go this long. This isn't where they're supposed to be. These players are showing an insane mental, and you can see across the scoreboard, they're all starting to turn up. There's no one being left at the bottom as these rounds start to drag on. Both of the KOs at 13 kills now. That's getting to be quite respectable. They're almost evening out their not evening out, but they're improving their KDs to, providing value to their team. And Polar gets dinked so bad in mid, gets away with his life, which is the important thing, because if Mortal Wombat lose Polar on that opening pick, we've seen that be the impact. We've seen that be the round changer.
Yeah, and the success rate has not been high. The moment really holding the signal, and there it goes. There's their smokes down. This is already looking pretty dire for them. The heal's been used on Polar. And it really comes down to what mechanical skill can Frozen and Polar pull off when they're most. And Navina, who's been really, really clutch in these OT rounds so far. And then also, does Battalion need to overpush? Can they just play the numbers game? Because they've been doing really, really well so far.
But they don't have the numbers here. They're at a 4v5. They have to...
on a 5v4. Now they're on a 4v4.
Well, now it's on a 4v4. They played one number, and now they're down and what they could have been. But Frozen does get that pick. Frozen's showing the impact. Maybe not in the earlier games, maybe not in the earlier rounds, but in the second half of this game, been getting so many frags, and in overtime getting it where it counts. Putting Battalion in a 3v5. What a dangerous rope to go up. He just slides right up it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is exactly what you want to see if you're Mortal Wombat. You're trading people out, and you just play, okay, we're going to go on this site, and if you can't stop us, nobody can. I mean, they're just going to a site, they're not doing anything fancy, there's no lurks. They tried looking mid, they couldn't, they rotated back to A, and they just did a really, really fundamentally well hit. I mean, at this point, both teams are playing, again, to a fundamentally well. It really comes down to that hesitation, but also that mental fortitude. How long can you keep going on like this? As well as, is exhaustion setting in? This is that Battalion's third map. And if they lose this, they have to go to a fourth. You know what I mean? I think if it goes to Haven, if Mortal Wombat do win this, do Battalion have the mental endurance to keep themselves in it?
Yeah, if Mortal Wombat win here, I think they can definitely take the next map, because they've just battled their way through this whole thing like there's no tomorrow, which there isn't for their tournament lives. And Battalion need to find something here. They need to find the pick. They need to find the trade. They spot the legs through mid, but Polar does pull back, not willing to give the trade. Both Polars watching this still.
And do we think we're going to a fifth OT?
It's honestly very likely. We've seen several rounds already where it looks like Mortal Wombat is the map up and the round up. It looks like they're going to be able to take the OT, but Battalion just keep them in it. They say, nope, we still have some more in our tank.
I mean, nobody's been able to defend, and what a great opening pick on Moment. That's exactly what you need when walking onto this defensive site. You're getting them out of the way. And again, the Sage is still stuck on B. And you guys, and what a great pick.
Nice shot from Greninja.
Yeah, and again, now equalizing 4-4, and they still haven't planted yet. There's 30 seconds left. It's getting worrying.
It's getting worrying, especially as Mortal Wombat are closing in on this. We can see the KO on the flank. Both KOs watching the flank, but it looks like they're going into sight as they got the pick, trying to capitalize off of getting that Polar pick. We've seen Polar being the difference.
Ninja.
The spam comes through on both sides, but Gap is able to shut that down. And now with only 12 seconds left on the clock, they need to get the plant down. They're planning in a different spot, though, so it's not so easy to be shut down. And left into Vino and Sage, these are players who have been turning up, but not the players that I would choose for this clutch. But they bring it to a 2v2. It's not impossible. The Viper's Pit.
Oh, what a flash!
Beautiful flash!
Oh, and can GLD... Oh, Gap. Oh my god, what a clutch in the 1v2.
Not a shot. Gap keeps them in the game. This is now the 5th overtime.
I mean,
the 5th overtime.
There's so many clutches from Battalion when they're down on the map. The mental, they must be I don't know. It's 11:30 EST now, and I think they have now clutched 4 times in this OT. This is getting bonkers.
This is so insane. You do not see these kind of overtimes, these kind of back and forths in any level of play. These teams are so perfectly matched, and they're both turning up right where they need to, both sort of probably slipping up right where they don't need to. And so they're both just playing into each other's hands really perfectly. We're seeing the star frags coming out from both sides. Although Battalion looks a little bit more even still, they both are contributing in different ways. We're seeing different star players. We're seeing the Sage clutch. We're seeing the KO impact frag. It's not just polar frags. And Moment barely gets away with that kill. It almost looked like it could be a whiff, and that is huge. Frog Lover getting one to trade back in the 4v4.
I mean, I think the biggest thing now we need to look at, right? Okay, Polar's died, and so has GLD. Those are both fraggers on retakes. Are we gonna be able to now have to die on site? Yeah, there's so much. They have so much space on A. There's nobody really holding it. They're playing really, really far back. But the biggest thing right now is what a great pick by Frozen. But the biggest thing now is up in this 4v3. Let's play fundamentals, but they still take this flank down. They're just not looking on the site. And Frog Lever on the lurk gets it. And again, here on this attack, they have not been able to be stopped in the OT. I think they maybe have lost one attacking round. I think it was the first one. And
I think Sage can see the barrel of Viper right now looking into mid. So they're watching the angle from both sides and they're able to punish that. I just saw that fight happening on the map for like 20 seconds. It finally pays off. And now in a 2v3 retake, Battalion look to maybe get a round up in any of these overtimes, but Mortal Wombat are positioned great.
And they gotta go quick too. I mean, moment. Oh, and what a pick by Navi. And the gap again has to come out with the touch here. And this is, I mean, they're up again. 17-16. We have now, this is like the 4th time now in a row. Can Marsupial put it away this time, or is there going to be another clutch by another player? We've had a clutch by GLD. We've had a clutch by Greninja. We've had a clutch by Gap. Is Moment next? Is Polar next? Or is Marsupial finally going to set this Battalion team to bed on Icebox? Are they going to bury them 6 feet deep in the ice?
They very well could. The round, I want to say it feels different. I feel like Mortal Wombat are tired of the games. They're tired of the shenanigans. They know they need to get the frags. They don't just need to get on site because they haven't had impact on those late round site holds. That's where they're getting those clutches up. So they're going to need these entry frags, and they're going to need this total map control. That you can see they're spreading out more. They want to get these picks, these frags that I was talking about, and they want this control. So that way they're not forced into a full just site defending, just man versus man, because that hasn't been working out for them. They haven't been defending the sites.
Yeah, and I mean, again, they're looking to play for these picks. Remember, they have these get out of jail free cards with Jet Chamber. And the biggest thing right now is like, how can we use these get out of free jail cards to put ourselves in advantage? They're looking to take aggressive duels and back up, force rotations into a certain direction and then get out. Nobody's been going towards B at all. It's been all towards A and mid in these overtime rounds. And it's just been a lot of, we look to play the man advantage in the attack, and then on the defense we look to see if we can hold, right? And I mean, there goes the trade right there. GLD gets traded out for Vino. There's no KO, and
he just comes up.
So it's a
huge.
It's a 4v1, and it's a 4v1
to close it out.
Over.
Whew, and Mortal Wombat take that map, but it's not that they win the series. They just won a single map.
It's now 1-1.
It's now 1-1, and one of these teams is gonna have to win it on Haven. In order to take the series, they put in all that effort just for that map. Coming up huge on the scoreboard, 36 kills, 35 kills, 30 kills. This game is the longest Valorant game I've ever seen. It went on an hour 10, but these players were still fighting thick and through. Like I was saying, it looked like Mortal Wombat wanted it to be done, and they finished it out with that final blow, 4-1. Yeah. So, thanks for sticking with us through that map, but we got one more map to go if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, this is for all the marbles, just to go into finals. We're going to take a really, really quick break here, and then we're going to return on. See you guys in a bit.
Yep. Jeez, that map could not have been any closer. I think in the time that it went on, my webcam went out, my lights went out, and here we are going into map number 3. I have no idea what to expect. Honestly, both teams have completely surprised me time after time. Battalion winning that first map, and Mortal Wombat having the mental fortitude to bring it all the way back through, what, 6 times overtime? And here we are going into map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, Mortal Wombat
you gotta, and both teams gotta be going like, wow, we basically have played 3 maps of Valorant, and then you have and then you basically have the next thing coming up with like, okay, well, you also have Battalion who's played a map before this as well. So Battalion's going into their 4th map of Valorant tonight. And I mean, these comps look pretty similar, and they're showing the chamber. That's the big thing. In the
Nitro's
Haven,
just changed over.
And Neon is great on Haven too. I mean, if they get to Haven, I mean, Mortal Wombat looked to be in a great position. And
Yeah,
Select your agent.
yeah.
and Chamber is probably one of the best agents on this map. And in this current meta, so I'm glad to see it maybe coming out of Moment too. It's TPs and his locks down. They're so overpowered. It's a Phoenix pick. The Chamber, I want to finish what I was saying. Chamber is pretty overpowered on this map, but this is probably one of the only maps I would consider Phoenix viable. Like, Phoenix isn't the worst agent in the game, but on Haven, he actually can look really good. Through all of these narrow doorways, you can pop flash out of all these smokes and capture a good amount of sight, and really, like, the wall across the site. So Phoenix might look like a bit of a throw pick, a bit of a let's just get this over pick, but we, like, if you remember back, Sentinel Sick used to play Phoenix on Haven. I don't know if you guys followed Valorant then, but he used to play it, and he made it look amazing. We're getting a bit of our usual color mix going into the match, but it'll get cleared up in just a second, as it always does, and then we'll get to see round number 1 of the final matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the Phoenix pick is great on Haven, and the buff is definitely Phoenix a lot better. I think Phoenix will be a lot more viable than it used to be. More viable. It's very similar to how Reyna is viable on Icebox. I think Phoenix will be viable on Haven, kind of how you were saying. But I mean, to sacrifice the chamber for it is the big thing. I think Phoenix, while great, is it worth to sacrifice it? And then again, do we get to see a frozen Neon ult at all? We're on over 2 on maps so far.
I would not keep your hopes up for that one, but it is interesting that you pointed out we saw the agent with maybe the highest pick rate in the game get traded out for the agent with probably the lowest pick rate in the game in the very last second. So I'm interested to see what they'll be able to bring to us on that Phoenix pick.
Yeah, and this should be the attack-sided map. And Neon again, this is where it was pioneered, the Neon pick by Optic. So I mean, I want to see what they will be doing here. They're kind of playing a slow default through mid. Again, they don't have lots of extremity control though, and they have a minute left. The options they have really are limited to B.
Looks like they're going for a little bit of a C hit through Garage, but Omen is able to wield that back for now. The shots are going back and forth. Nobody's landed anything yet. Now that Frenzy's here, it gets lethal. Greninja gets 1, but they're able to get the spike and get out. That's 2 kills going for Battalion's way. Opening up strong, trying to get onto C, but Neon gets shut down by Greninja yet again. And now there's the Omen in the middle of spawn, but Polar catches him out, and it's all left to Polar in his own spawn.
I think the really big thing that you can realize is that it looks like everybody's getting tired, right? Like the gunplay is looking to get not even a bit more sloppy. It's just like they're not going for those crit shots. They're going to be more consistent. So I mean, I think the big thing right now is like, again, not only is it now after that long OT, how do we get back into the game? How do we look to be playing our defaults, be patient, not like rush things as we go into the parts.
Yeah, and you talked about the players on Battalion have played a lot of Valorant tonight. Not only are they in this lengthy best of 3, but they did that play and match beforehand. And if you add up all that time, they're nearing 4 hours straight of competitive Valorant gameplay with their team. It would be super interesting to hear these comms, but instead we're going to go ahead and get the gameplay. Guild is playing in a super ratty spot. He's probably going to be able to get a multiple off of this. Gets 1. Gets 2, but it gets traded out by the Frenzy eventually. Frozen shutting that down, but they have the site control. They just need to maintain it. Moment counters it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the biggest thing is right now is, and I'm going to be adding more to the fatigue thing, whereas people are like, what they're trying to do right now is you can play these ready angles because people are getting, they're getting complacent. They're not checking these angles because they're getting more tired. I mean, like when you're getting tired, you're not going to be checking every angle. You're going to be more lazy. It's just a human thing, and like you're like, oh well, I'm not gonna be calling out everything I'm doing. I'm getting tired. My voice is getting tired. I mean, to hell, I'm getting tired right now casting. But like, like to go through all of this, these mental hoops when you're playing Valorant. It's like, oh, let's check this corner. Oh, we're flashing out. Okay, let's push out together. 3, 2, 1. And there's a lot of comms that go into it, and then also to have to focus on the intense gunplay. So,
Yeah, and I think because of that, weirdly enough, I think we will see even faster Valorant because of that. Because everyone's looking, when you get kind of tired, you kind of lean into a bit more of like a
speed, yeah.
W key. Like you're not necessarily playing as cautiously, I think, as the normal artifact of that. And so we're seeing this rush into C long. They're looking to get some quick contact and to get around on the board. Greninja shut down. Can't activate the flash after throwing it out, actually. And just left with the Spectre to hold off 4 players. While Omen's lurking through mid, they might find the timing on Phoenix. And it ends up going to Frog Lover. A great lurk opening up the map for them.
Yeah, and I mean, another big thing that I say also is that, like, and also because we're going to be pushing tempo, I think the defense is going to be looking to stack a lot more, take these fights, and also, like, I think the defense will be a lot more favorable as we get later on in the night. The defense will be better. So if how well they do on the attack here really is like, okay, if they get to it, once they get to the defensive portion, how tired are people going to be? How nice is it going to be? And Polar grabs really good, but they don't have the bomb.
And it doesn't matter how crispy your Vandal aim is. Now there's a Vandal on both sides because of that gun pickup.
Ooh. They dodged the flash. And the recoil. Yeah, and again, looking the Polar versus Polar matchup is looking to be. Oh, and again, Polar with the clutch, the 4K. And this is exactly
Polar
what we're seeing
with another 4K.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised that GLD dashed away there in the 1v1. That was an extremely risky play, and maybe the judgment calls aren't as good this late into the game.
And I think another big thing we can add on is, okay, that was their eco, right? So now looking at, well, I mean, Polar with an operator, but this should be the gun round versus gun round, but the Mortal Wombat doesn't have as many guns, or they're going to be looking to be like a 4-spy compared to because of how much damage that eco.
Yeah, Battalion lost the battle, but they won the war. They're able to get that full buy into this with the op watching down, so they can spread out a bit more because they have these stronger guns. They don't have to just rely solely on mana advantage. A great shot by Greninja to cancel out that scanner and avoiding this Sova drone so far. They haven't given up any intel so far on where they're holding. Frog Lover's looking deep in mid, but I think Moment might have spotted that with a jump peek. And now with the flash, it's a huge flash. Able to get 1, able to get 2, and a third, just spamming the smoke. Greninja coming up huge. Now it's left to the lurk in garage. Can Phoenix catch this one out too? Yes, Moment comes up, and it's up to Polar. Polar's gonna need an ace right here to pull this one back in.
I mean, he's almost done it before. I could definitely see it happening again. I mean, the biggest thing now coming in is like how much damage. Polar's done lots of damage before. I don't think it's winnable, but I mean, definitely can do damage. Game. And Greninja's off the 4K. Really clean around. Again, puts them in a great position on this defense. And again, when they get onto this attack with double duelist, they're gonna look even scarier. So I'm expecting some. Our Battalion has now put themselves in a great spot, and after that 4-spy, I think this is now gonna be on a go.
And that's a great point. I think both of these teams opted to go for a very offensive team composition. You have a double duelist on Battalion, an initiator, Omen, which is a fast smoker, and another initiator, KO. On the other side, we have only one duelist, but we have 2 initiators, Chamber, which is the fastest sentinel and like most impact fragger of them, and Sova, another initiator. So like it's almost a full offensive composition from both sides. So the fact that Battalion is winning these rounds on defense is looking great for them.
Yeah, and again, and I want them to be, or rather, there's good double support out there, but I do want more of this. You can see the fast game play. What a great paranoia by Gap as well. But they're playing for this retake on B and Super Vision Archer, an operator. But I mean, it was good eco. I think the biggest thing now is like, okay, we reset. It was a pretty okay eco there. How do we now look to get ourselves back on the board? We lost that map. We won that map, that really big nail biter. How do we put ourselves in that position? And it really looks to be the Polar show right now. You see how it really differed. They put him back on this Sova, and that fragging power, that space that was being made on the attack on Icebox just isn't being made.
He's not able to open up as much space, but the utility usage it's definitely going to help them get onto sites. I definitely do like Polar better on the Reyna pick. I think it fits where they fit on this team. But given how Frozen was able to show up, I think that they were hoping that they can rely on that for the frags, instead able to contribute in a completely different way.
Yeah, and I think the Phoenix pick was also definitely.
I think that was maybe a bit of a counter pick to make sure that they are able to catch Mortal Wombat kind of off their toes. You're not expecting the Phoenix coming into this. You're not thinking about how to play against that. You probably don't play against very many in ranked, and not able to make the Phoenix pick happen in Garage, not able to make it count and show why it's so valuable. But I think it can really catch teams off guard when you see these off meta picks.
Yeah, I think Polar's just gonna be saving these.
With an op and in a 1v5, I don't think anybody is blaming Polar, forced to fall back from the previous position.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have another bye round next round. So let's talk about what's going into next round. After that, they're both gonna be in a pretty okay position, like money wise. Maybe they'll have one more bye after that for either team. If Battalion win next round, Mortal Wombat can also be down as flawless. They'll have a lot of well. The banks of both teams. And I mean that's the kill you want.
Yeah, a great kick from, a great flick from Polar.
Triple swung.
But yeah, when you're getting triple swung, excuse my words, that threw me so off. When you're getting triple swung like that, it's almost impossible to pick. They had ratted him out. They searched every other corner of the map, I think, before getting there. But they were able to close that out and make sure that Battalion don't have any tricks up their sleeve. They're kind of buying up anyways, but making sure that they don't have the economy bonus that they would have provided. Polar would still be at like 5,000, 3,000, 6,000. Yeah, they would have had so much economy coming into this. And with that, GLD is going to ult. Yep, you heard it come out. She's going to ult and try and get that impact on saving the economy.
Yeah, and let's see if Genji gets picked here again. Last round they get picked by Polar, who's holding long and has held C long last year. I want to see if they adapt to how they're doing. Again, with this Phoenix, you want to be taking these aggressive pushes through mid. That's kind of like the whole point of how Sentinel's sick back in the day.
Yeah, the flash out of garage.
Yeah, you do the flash out of garage, or you walk up through mid and then flash up through window, right? So
almost lands the spam, but it doesn't connect.
Yeah, and he gets the retrade off of his ultimate. I mean, you have to think of what space. Oh, what a great retrade by. But like, they have look at the map control right now. You see Polar is on C by himself, and then they have two people in like the grass area. Even though they have that numbers advantage, the amount of map they have together is minimal. And look at how much space Polar can take, and now they're surrounded. And one of them, there's an open garage.
I was gonna say, I love how they're playing together and not, overextending in any way, able to trade off of each other. But they just get taken down. They just get gun diffed in that moment. They are in the perfect spot to punish this plant spot and this planting. Mortal Wombat, I think, getting those two picks, didn't expect anybody else to be there. They didn't expect 4 people to be playing Garage that late in the round. So they haven't cleared it. And I don't know that they know that they're coming from there.
I mean, if they don't know now, they didn't know before, now they know.
Flash to clear out back of sight. They're able to swing off of it, but Navino just spams and gets both. A lucky spam, a skillful spam. It is the perfect play from Navino to prevent Battalion from clawing their way back into that round when they just got wiped on in Garage.
Yeah, and I mean, this is already looking to be another banger of a map. And I mean, it's gonna be a great series. I mean, you can see the 4v3. We're now going on to the eco, probably looking towards the 4v4. And it's more like a half buy, but I mean, we can see GLD with a good amount of money. Maybe they'll be able to force up, but
no, it's gonna be a half buy. Okay, it's gonna be a half buy. Don't
basically
worry.
saving, but I mean, I want to see what they can do with this eco. Again, I want to see more aggressive defense, and that is a great opening pick by Frozen. Exactly what you were talking about, getting that damage in Frozen, and now Polar also over. But the bomb is left in spawn.
The bomb is left in spawn. They're just going for the frags here. They're assuming the other team is saving, which they are, and that they're going to have the gun advantage. I think that Mortal Wombat started off really slow, but is definitely heating up as they're winning these next couple of rounds. And they are getting the picks that they expected to get. They've taken down everybody. They only need to get okay, GLD finally shuts it down, but they took down everybody except for them leading into this. What a round of just pure confidence and just looking to get the gunfights and get the eco.
He gets
And
two, he gets
Nichos
another.
finally shuts it down.
But he does get 2 there, which is a okay consolation prize. I mean, the biggest thing that set them up was that flawless round. It really put their bank in a good spot. Like, Navino is 9k, he goes to 7.5k, and they still have the chamber roll if they stuff like that. Whereas right now, if Italian don't win this round, it puts them in a really tough bank spot. The one bonus thing you can look to do is this is an attack-heavy map. They have 2 duelists. They have a really attack-sided point with 2 smokes, 2 initiators. If they really can get, if they can get 6. That's they'll put themselves in a great spot. If they put like 4, I'd be happy with 4 on this comp if I'm playing in like comp right now. But like if I'm looking, or even like just playing in a team environment. But I mean, they're
He just gets that opening pick through
duels.
garage again.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, they're losing these duels, and we haven't seen that impact from Phoenix. He's trying to play garage, he's trying to lurk there, but it just hasn't happened. And Polar is able to shut down the C-hold, leaving just Sky alone there again to stop the push. It feels like it's the same story. And I was saying the same exact thing that you were saying about Battalion have such an offensive side of composition, but so do Mortal Wombat. Both of them need to get these rounds on offensive. So the fact that Battalion has 4 rounds right now isn't like the end all. It isn't the end of the world. It's actually kind of a good sign.
Yeah, and I mean, and Polar has been having to do Polar on the side of Mortal Wombat has been having to do a lot as well to keep them. Without Polar, and that's weird to say, without their best player, but they've been. Wow, I'm fumbling over. But without Polar, they've been in a much harder spot. Polar really showing like his case for a match MVP with how well he's been playing. Honestly, I don't even feudable if Mortal Wombat's.
They haven't quite gotten to come online, and we're not seeing the same impact players. Moment was making those round changing plays, even if they weren't fragging above Greninja or GLD, they were having that strong impact. And so not seeing that out of Phoenix, we start to, as casters, kind of question why bring that into that? What do they have in store? Is it that his offensive Phoenix is really good? Is that what we're in store for, that we're waiting for? Or is it just that garage play just isn't viable anymore? As much as it's a fun thing, as much as it's something that used to be in the game, and as much as Phoenix fits on this map, he might just not be the move for how closely these teams are matched.
Yeah, and I might want to see Phoenix go more towards like that short, right? If Greninja sees the pick here, they don't see Gap on the thing. Gap's really good trade off of that. Again, Polar now going down, they have that stall in garage. And Moment's playing a bit more safe. And again, when we scrimmed them, they never really showed that Phoenix. They showed them on that chamber, and I'm thinking maybe, okay, it's an improv. This is looking more of a counter pick, like you were talking about here. But I mean, again, this round's looking great for them. This is a gun round that they really want to win. And if they can get to this 5v5, if they get to a 5-5 scoreline, is that not like the best possible? I mean, like with how attack heavy their comp is, is that?
Yeah, I think that would be great. But they gave up so much space on this A site. They won the duels, but they're still, it kind of feels like they're down. Froglover gets easy kills playing from a ratty spot. Navino's able to back it up, and another kill goes Frozen's way, and now it's left in a 2v3 for a Battalion's retake. They just gave up way too much space and aren't able to make it effective on this retake with the weapons that they have. Navino gets one more kill, and it's all left to Polar on the KO to make something happen, but the shot does not connect. And now he's going to try and get an exit frag, but he's being hunted. There's not much to do. I think he wants to die to the spike here and reset the economy. And really, none of the shots are landing in any way. This game is getting...
3 of the people on Mortal Wombat, though.
Yeah, this game,
Oh, they won.
it's just getting messy. It's just getting messier. These teams are, you can see that they just went through a 30-40 round game, and now they're clawing at whatever they can get to get another round on the board.
So, map 1. What was the score of map 1? Do you remember?
I'm pretty sure it was around the range of 13-8, 13-7. 13-8, yeah.
That was 18-16, right? Map 2. That's a lot of
Correct.
I don't
yeah.
actually. I mean, 21 rounds, and then you go to 34 rounds. I mean, they've done 55 rounds before Haven, and now they're at 65. I mean, 65 rounds is a lot. And then Battalion also had.
And they played the game before this.
Yeah. So Battalion's reaching like 80 rounds. You know what I mean? And at like VCT Masters, the highest team, which was
The Trent doesn't see GLD.
had done like 500. which is like crazy. So I mean, they're going through a lot of rounds in one night, but GLD is in a perfect position to capitalize on that turret. And again, they didn't check that because of it being late. But again, Frozen. Oh.
Frozen still uses the utility to enter, but gets caught out by GLD. GLD is able to escape into back of sight. Polar tries to go for the knife or the recon, but gets knifed. I know they fight each other in the smoke, but GLD trades it out, and it's a 3v5 for Mortal Wombat that fell apart so quickly simply because they didn't clear that one spot, that one mistake. But Frog Lover's on the flank and gets 3 for it. Where did that come from? Where did he come from? Where is he going? Now it's a 2v3 out of nowhere.
So much space on A as well. I mean, they're really baiting B and then going A and sending Omen through that. And the Battalion isn't doing their usual, like, oh, hold this rat spot, hold this flank. They're really just letting a lot of people get through that space, right? You have to think, okay, well, there's 2 rounds left. They're going to save so they can force next round, which might look like they're going to be doing. But again, this is a really, really good lurk by Frog Lover. I mean, Frog Lover has, I think, now done that like 2 or 3 rounds and really won them a lot of them.
Frog Lover was on the Viper before, correct? Or no? Was it the Omen the whole time?
It was map 1. It was map
it's not
1,
super important. My point being, they've been a lurker. They've been sitting in these corners this whole time, and it's. And Omen Viper Omen. They were on that Viper and they were getting huge impact just from lurking, just from waiting for the other team to misstep or from punishing them. I think that result loss is actually just a result of a composition, like just of their composition. They don't have any utility to hold down and anchor A. If you have a chamber, you can leave a trap there. If you have a killjoy, you can leave an alarm bot. You can leave something to watch your flank. They have nothing to watch their flank when they rotate. All of their agent's utility gets tossed out immediately. Look at everyone on the side of Battalion. They don't have anyone that can leave anything sitting around except for Omen, who can leave a smoke. That's it.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing they have to realize now that, is that Battalion, they're coming up with these 3 ultimates. Last round they're going to be putting everything into it. But also, the only times they've won was they won the first rifle round, and then the eco after that. And after that, they haven't won a rifle round, right? So they won the 2 pistols, and that was along with those. So I mean, since the rifle rounds have started, it's looked a lot better for Mortal Wombat. Again, carrying that momentum from the box.
A nice dart, but it doesn't spot anything, so he's not able to connect this ultimate. A really good effort though, and a good dodge from Polar. And they're going for this garage control. Neon is so good for this. Up against an Omen.
Ninja's in kind of a rat spot. He gets that kill on through the garage, so it's going to be really, really hard for them to walk on just to be long.
And
again,
you can see.
This is
I was gonna say, you can see the adaptation.
Yeah, and then this is where I want Phoenix to go aggressive, right? So Phoenix is playing super, super passive here, and that's where you're playing it like a chamber. But if Phoenix had walked all the way up into like a lobby, then they take all that space over, and you know they're not. But without that information, they can rotate. There's still 42 seconds, and this is where the rotation happens right now.
I was gonna say, I'm glad actually that you made me bite my tongue, because I was just going to a ward moment for like adapting and waiting on A that whole round for the flank that they've been doing every time. And then right when I'm about to say it, he rotates away. Thankfully, Jet hears some of this or gets some intuition and rotates to A. They're starting to read into these plays that Mortal Wombat can do. Maybe a little bit too late, but maybe they can get one last round on the board to try and give them a better stance for the next half. We said 4 rounds would be good, but 5 would be great. And now GLD just has to play time.
Yeah, and I mean, again, what I was talking about earlier, oh, what a shot. And again, in the slow, and he's not going to get it. So this round,
there's no time.
1-5 Battalion. 5-7 is great. I mean, the biggest thing now is can we, does this put them in a great position? I mean, if they win the pistols like they have been, I think they've won the last 4 pistol rounds. I think they won the last one on and then won both of them on Icebox. So if they win this one as well, that's the 4th pistol. And I think the biggest thing now we're looking at is, okay, if they get to a 7-7, how concerned are you as Mortal Wombat? And I would be pretty concerned now that they have the 2 duelists, 2 initiators, both flashes, and a smokes with flashes. I mean, Haven is very attack-sided, and I mean, right now what you're doing, okay, well, who can lurk? Try and capitalize on them not having a sentinel. You have this Omen, and probably have the Shimmer, or a fast like.
Yeah, we're going to need to see the chamber traps put out on the side of Mortal Wombat. That's kind of their only chance at getting good map control, at getting the information that they need. Their only other information gatherer, well, they have Sova and KO, but they don't have anything else that they can like they can leave, so they would run into the same problem as Battalion. But if they can leave that chamber trap, or they can just have chamber lurk as a human, as a person, that can be the difference maker and give them the step up on this defense that Battalion didn't have. But they have a lot of heavy firepower coming their way.
Yeah, and I want to see how this Phoenix is now used.
Exactly. This is the Phoenix we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, and the impact wasn't shown on defense, so I really want to see Moment, who really was that star player in that first, and kind of cooled down. Everybody in Icebox heated up, which is funny to say. I mean, everybody on Icebox heated up in the cold weather, but Moment kind of cooled down. They kind of froze up per se. And Frozen, the person that on Icebox heated up. But I mean, I want to go back towards that. Maybe Phoenix will warm them up back again with that fire.
You can only hope that Phoenix can warm them up or shut down these puns. But it looks like they're going for an early mid hit, early mid aggression. They're playing off of this firepower that their team brings. But Nicho's firepower has been extinguished. Nicho's puts out that fire right off the bat and makes sure that they can't push too heavily. Beautiful shock darts coming in, slowing them down, looking for a little bit of chip damage, but now Stephanie Neon lurking in the back of sight, crouching there, tries to sprint across, doesn't get caught just yet, almost gets out. It's so close. Down to a 4v4. They have good garage control though, coming from Mortal Wombat. They don't have to go very far to get onto site. That's a good TP, but it does get punished, and GLD barely gets out with their life, going into garage, or not into garage, into Cubby. And now it's Navino on the flank trying to stop the spike plant. I don't think that he heard the dash, and GLD has a beautiful spot with still a little HP, but still gets another frag, gets rewarded for it, and they shut down. Gap closes it. There's kills coming from 3 different players. Battalion have a beautiful pistol round, and they actually show they have more than one fragger. They have more than just GLD on their team. Yeah, and I mean that's what they need, right? GLD has looked great as this match has gone, but we need Moment to turn up. If Moment turns up, this really will put this series away, in my opinion. Moment turns up, this adds that third superstar. You have Greninja, you have GLD, and now we need a Moment to run. Gap is getting more on the board, Polar is getting more on the board. Now we need Moment to show what this Phoenix can do, and I think that really comes from the aggression on A. It does, and the fact that we're seeing different players frag is so good for this team that they've put together for this tournament. Whether they compete more outside of this or not, they're working off of each other well, and they're contributing in different ways, even if it's not always on the same maps. They have different strengths, and they're playing to them. Yeah, I mean, and it's a bit weird that they're taking it a bit slow here. You can see Gap really stopping this flank. They get from Shorty. Really playing really careful, but again, they're playing the C longs and get aggressive. They have to play against this headhunter. They don't. They can't take that fight on C long.
Yeah, I mean they're going A fast, very similar to how Mortal Wombat was repositioning from C to A. But I really want to see Phoenix look to be more aggressive, look to kind of even lurk a bit with the.
But Navino gets caught out and actually gets suppressed. They know somebody's there, and they flash for it, and are able to shut that down immediately with the Spectres. Polar gets the frag, and they can go for the plant right away. There is Sova on the flank, but we have an Omen watching it. There is Gap watching there. So he gets reconned out, but the flash does come in return, and now he is being pinched by Jet. So now,
please, Phoenix, please.
3v5. A nice flash, but it doesn't land. The flash goes just too far over, and the Phoenix pick is yet to pay off. Frozen gets yet another. Frozen looking ice cold on the map, getting all of the trades that they need to, bringing it down to a 2v3. Like you said, extremely winnable. That drop, extremely loud, so they know exactly where they are, but the frags don't come through. And Battalion get another round on the board through all of the drama, through all of the chaos.
Yeah, and I mean 7-7 now. And this is what we wanted. Well, let me. This is like the close match that everybody wants to see. I mean, it's 7-7. I mean, maybe the players getting tired. I know, but this is exactly like, oh, let's come down to the finish. This is like kind of like
this is like a grand finals.
Yeah, it's like a climax going into finals. This is semis. This is what you want in playoffs. People showing this deep playbook, showing that mental endurance, and this is exactly what you want in playoffs.
Oh, I'm 100%. And these players, this is turning into a bit of a grand finals for themselves. It might not be the finals of the tournament, but it's not often you get such a close match in Valorant and get to play at it at a team level. That feels exciting. That feels close. And he just gets 2 opening frags to open up this round. Battalion does get 1 in return. Greninja calms it down and gets a better gun. And now they just need the post plant. Frozen opens it up again, freezing up their plans, and Polar brings them into the ice tundra.
Yeah, we are on point with these.
The deeper we go into the maps, the worse it becomes.
bad.
And going 7-8, Mortal Wombat finally gets the lead.
Yeah, I mean, usually
Gets it back.
You can only do so much. You're thinking about, okay, what person has been popping off, and Greninja and Moment 2 usually are the second and third superstar are really cooling down, kind of getting frozen up by Polar and Frozen play. Especially Polar, who's really been doing a lot of this heavy lifting on Haven, and then also on Ascent when he was on that. So he looks really good in every role, and on defense now he can shine more, and he's not getting timing like he did on the Ascent on defense because they were holding those long sight lines. He couldn't push in, couldn't take those re-angles. But on Haven, it plays to those flanks, plays to the open map. It's really easy to get around stuff because of how many lanes are and how big.
Oh, yeah, and that was a great knife from KO on C-Long, getting so much information, forcing them back, forcing them to reconsider, and saying, well, do we want to play the information game? Do we want to keep aggressing on C? And they haven't committed anything yet. It's a slow default. Phoenix is prodding through mid, but he doesn't see anything. And now, a minute left on the clock.
I see them use utility to take mid, right? Use a smoke on, then you could like look to work up that way. You have a KO knife, you have flashes. You have so many flashes, you can take the space, right? They just took Garage off of that flash, but they haven't cleared this window. And I want to see if they do. Oh, and they don't. Oh, and the flash doesn't. Again, the flash from Moment, even though it doesn't work, really does. He does at least live and heal himself. And now
Demetrius is on the flank. The flank gets flanked.
So now it's a 2v2, and it really comes down to Moment on this kills, but they're.
And he nabs the spike. That is, when I first discovered that as an Omen play, I couldn't believe that was intentionally a thing and that it stayed in the game. But he's able to abuse that mechanic and get onto B site. He's not going for the plant yet, but trying to punish a rotate perhaps, but not in a safe plant spot when there's two people just around the corner. He needs to isolate these 1v1s, but just walks into a smoke and unable to convert.
Yeah, and then the gun barrel shows first. That's why he has the trouble there. I mean, the biggest thing is also like, when you're a Moment there, you want to be looking to play to stay alive, right? Because if you die, there's no pressure. Whereas if he TPs A, walks A, and they have to worry about the you, but also they can just look to take a fast retreat. So it's really difficult for both teams because you have to worry about it, but also like, oh, you have to play separate. So it really comes down to that clutch gene, and it looks like Mortal Wombat had like got it. The momentum is really.
It's interesting we're seeing kind of a different thing happening in this game. The script has kind of been flipped on its head. We're seeing the top frag come out of Battalion, but the top frag isn't enough for them now. They're so used to getting that value. Oh, you can see that TP at the top of that smoke. I don't know if they noticed that. But the top frag has not been the case for Battalion. They've been playing as a team this whole time, and now they finally have the top frag, and they're not able to capitalize on it. They're not winning the map. They're still down by 2 rounds.
Yeah,
and they lose another.
But that wasn't eco. That's what you're expecting. They take out 2. It's not the worst plan ever. Mortal Wombat really seems to have all the driving momentum. And I don't know if this is too early to call, but Battalion looks like it's been a really rough spot. And I think if they lose this next gun round coming up, I think that might be.
Yeah, I was going to say, that round definitely felt like a turning point, but you're right, it was an eco. So that means this round is the turning point. This is the round that they need. Their economy, Battalion's economy is so fragile. 2 players don't even have 1,000 credits.
Yeah,
and even the players that have 1,000 credits, that's going to be a rough buy. That's barely a buy. And so they win this round, or this could be Mortal Wombat's mat. And they could run away with the series after being kind of stomped on, after having a worse first map.
Yeah, and look at all the space Polar's taking. This is what I want to talk about when I talk about defensive aggression. This is exactly what I wanted. And he's knifed it. Wow, what a retake that is. What a
huge KO knife.
Yeah. And a huge take overall. Like, they went fast right at this op, flash out angles, and then went on site. That's how aggressive they should be playing. They need to be playing fast. But Polar is now coming on this long flank, and you can see the bomb and where it's planted. Now we just need to see how Frozen looks to pick apart this team with his fast lane, or with
Frozen gets 2 with that. They lined up for him.
Oh, but Gap!
Oh, but Gap saves it.
Gap has been.
I don't know how Gap. How does Gap get that person on long and the person coming from garage or from spawn at the same time? Gap is built different and saves them in the pivotal round, saves their economy. Their economy's kind of in shambles, but not as bad as they would have done had they lost that round and been, on that downward slope.
Yeah, but here now Nikos has this op. Right? Even with the light shield, you have to walk into this op. They just cleared out the chamber op, but now they have to play into the real op, which can't get knifed away. So I want to see again what these flashes can do to push the op off of the tables and get.
I think you're right. They're going to play on that same aggression. They're not able to cancel out the knives, and so they're trying to run through. Omen has TP'd back. I'm not sure that they expected this location. He got shot by the Seekers, but they don't find him, and he's able to make big impact there. The trades are going back and forth. It's 3v3. Gap gets the kill. But they do end up in sight, and now it's a full retake from Mortal Wombat. The Hunter's Fury to cancel the plant, but he doesn't line it up perfectly. Luckily, the plant was just off of the default, and Nichos misses another shot, allowing Polar to escape. They're in their post-plant positions. There's one trade. It's all up to Nichos to land these shots. I don't think you can retake here with the op. I
don't think so. I think you should just save. Maybe that's just.
It would be a monumental retake, but it looks like he's going for the save or the reposition, but I'd gamble the save.
And I mean, now it comes down to a 9 to 10, and series is getting.
Spicy.
Yeah.
It's getting closer. Just when you think Mortal Wombat is sure to run away with it, Battalion crawl their way back into it. And at this rate, Capital, I think we're headed to another overtime. I think it's entirely possible that they bring this all the way.
I don't think I'd make it to another overtime, I'm gonna be honest.
No, I don't know that you have enough time for another overtime, and I don't know that I have enough sleep for another overtime. But I think it might go to another overtime either way.
Yeah, I mean, GLD really, Gap is really turning up here. Gap is really filling in what moment behind. We're at 7:15. Gap's really stepping. And I really, really appreciate that the Smokes players, Greninja last time, now Gap this time, and Battalion are really, really stepping up to put their team in a win. Frog Lover has also been putting in the work, Gabe, on the IGL, I know. And it really, really looks like, and they're going A again, look at where they want the Phoenix to go. And I agree, I think Phoenix works the best here. There's a lot of tight angles. But watch this top, and they just...
But Omen's up tall again. Oh, he does get him down, just barely.
Oh, and wow. Oh, and
the top, and he comes out.
We used the Neonult. We used the Neonult. I'm so happy. We used the Neonult. Oh my god.
We finally saw it on stream, but he gets suppressed the second he pulls it out. He does get 2 kills, but the KO's there just to shut that down. And the dog doesn't see them waiting at spawn, but they can assume that. They know someone's heaven. They know the op's heaven, but the plant goes down.
Yeah, and I mean the Neonult was so big.
They got the trades that they needed to keep them in the round, but I don't know that it got enough. The op shot misses, and now Polar has his numbers, able to send out that frag nade to deny that entry. And other Polar gets the frag that it needs.
Polar. Yeah, Polar foot didn't work.
All up to Sky.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, and a good trade by Nikos, and now it gets us to a 9-11. I mean, it really comes down now. Battalion are getting on that last life. I don't know how much of money do they have left, but they really, if they lose one more time, or in the next rounds, they really shouldn't have another buy. They should have a buy here, either a mixed buy or some combination of knives.
A mixed buy, but they have some ults to back it up. They're not totally out of this round, because if I'm Battalion here, you have to full buy. There's no way you don't full buy here and just let your opponent walk into map point. They're gonna force everything they can. You can see Phoenix on that Spectre pick. That's exactly what they need to do, and they're just gonna run it down because that's what's worked for them. And I think that they need to play off of that aggression to capitalize on the space that it makes.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is you gotta have your ice in the veins when if Mortal Kombat. You see that they're gonna have this broken eco. If you kill him here, and then. And I know, and this is just me cast a curse again so it doesn't happen. I know somehow if Battalion loses this, I guarantee you they're gonna win. just to spite us.
Look at all the utility they're putting out there. They're playing, I think, one of the smartest they've ever done. Frog Lover has the biggest whiff of the series on the people waiting to plant. But their teammates, it does so much damage, is able to get those assists, and it's down to a 2v5. If Battalion clutches out, they bring it to a 2v3. There's no way. Greninja's left to watch 2 angles at once. Able to get a flash because the smoke, and they know exactly where they're waiting. Oh, a great flash, but Frozen still advantages.
This is bug.
Gap is in a terrible spot to recover the spike, and they are swarming like flies. That economy's damaged, and if Gap can't clutch right here, Mortal Wombat's at 12, and that could very well be map. I'm not saying
Gap
that they can't clutch.
Gap's been clutch, like very clutch through Icebox in here. Looking
Gap,
to isolate the duels.
no,
Wow, what a
can't
shot by
quite.
Mina. And this is a really now they have to eco. They're gonna force up maybe some shotguns, maybe some shorties. But I mean, if I'm Battalion, I'm not feeling them.
And you can tell what these players have done, what these players have been through to make us question, he could clutch here. Now, wait a second. It's entirely possible, and bring them back into it. Even now, I'm like, well, Battalion's on a mixed buy, but if they land those sheriff shots, I feel like I've been sort of manipulated into some sense of copium that any round could go either way.
Any round
But
is winnable in this game.
we are
right?
left at 9-12, and it could be Mortal Kombat's. We'll just have to find out.
Hold that.
Mortal Wombat. So excuse my misspeak.
I mean, it's basically Mortal Kombat at this point. This stuff is like war. There's so many flashes. Oh, and Polar using the ultimate gives his positioning away.
Immediately shut down.
And it's now a 4v3. And Moment looks they chop out Fog over here. And again,
I like that they
these
follow
shots-
up on the Phoenix ult right there.
I'm telling you right now. I said, hey, even if they lose this, they're gonna win the eco, and now they're up 4v3 in a post-fight situation almost. But they like they just played here. Oh, but look at this flank from Navino.
And does the flank catch him out? It's KO versus KO on the flank, but Nicho's inner steps and shuts it down before it can even happen. But now Jet's flanking the flank once again. Oh, barely doesn't whiff the shots.
The biggest thing you want to look at here is Moments. They're gonna be the one that has to be flushed out. Polar looking to peek it, and
Oh, Polar wins that so quickly.
what
The
a
shots
peek,
are going their way, and now it's a 1v1. But the
Oh,
up shots,
love this again. Oh,
it could
no.
go either way. Gap just has to play time. No way! He takes out a smoke. The knives are out. Get the knife clip. There's no way he has time. He has time. That's
Oh
it.
my god, that's a serious.
He won it with a right click. And with that, Mortal Wombat take the series. It's not the grand finals, it's just the semifinals. And they still need to go on later this week to play the grand finals against the winner of the other map.
And that was Pega Pufferfish 2-1.
That was Pepega Pufferfish. So it's going to be Mortal Wombat versus Pepega Pufferfish this Thursday, grand finals. You do not want to miss it. They're going to be this close, and it's going to be intense. Oh. What a match. What a series. And it ends up going Mortal Wombat's way. I think they just had a bit more in their tank. They didn't have that first map to play. I think that gave them a huge advantage, and ultimately they're able to come on top somehow.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we wanted for the semifinals match. I'm so glad that it ended at 12:23. But I mean, again, really, really great match. Both teams played really, really well. You gotta give your hats off to Battalion. Had that map beforehand. Again, went 2-2 in the day. They looked really, really great. That icebox was probably
and to Mortal Wombat being down a map and then bringing it back in the super overtime and then in the final map. Incredible mental coming from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is this is like the first, in my opinion, this might be like the first real memorable map for Valorant as a starting ability. I'm happy to have been casting with you.
Yeah, 100%. It's been wonderful. And so like I was saying, everyone subscribe to this Twitch, subscribe to our channel, check out our Discord, and we'll be right back with you on Thursday for the grand finals. So as for now, I'm signing off. This has been Easel and Capital. We got Booth on production, we got Raging Tuna on observing, and we'll see you later.
Adios.